Goran said give him 3 minutes, Ronan. He needs coffee.
I have tea.
Goran said give him 3 minutes, Ronan. He needs coffee. Oops. Sorry.
Welcome everybody. Welcome. Good morning. At my time, it's morning. It's 5 o'clock in the morning. Hello, Ronan.
Is this your channel?
No, just a second. I need to mute my thing. Of course, it's not my channel. Of course, it's not my channel.
Oh no, well no, you're talking like welcome everybody. I don't know if you
Uh,
understand English that well. My apologies. I'm not saying you're a dumb man, but your original language might not translate. So when you're saying welcome everybody, it's like you're assuming this is your channel, for example. So maybe I'm not understanding what you're saying.
yes,
Because with
yes,
the way you're
yes,
talking,
yes.
the way they're talking, it sounds like you're, the channel owner. Well, like I
I
said, you might. I'm not saying you're doing it on purpose. You might not understand because I understand it when I hear "welcome everybody." It's this is your place. So if, like I said, if you're
no.
gonna go back, if you're gonna go back
You
to
were
that attitude,
first.
if you're gonna go
You
back to
were
that
first.
attitude, you're not gonna get anywhere with me. So you're going to be aware of this. You can do it in your channel for all I care. That's your channel. And if you can't respect this channel, guess what? You're going to have a very hard time with me. So we can get along or you can keep on with your nonsense. Because if you don't understand it in English, when you say welcome everybody, you're assuming that you own this channel. Do you understand that? Or do I need to rephrase it? Because
With you.
I'm saying English is not your original language. So if there's a
I
misunderstanding, could
understood
you
you.
clear that up, please?
But as you were the first on the channel, it was your job to say everybody welcome everybody. It was your job because the listener wants to have this.
Well, let's go on to the topic, I guess. You wanted to chat about Saudi Arabia, yes?
Just a second, please, Ronin, because I would like to post a link on Al Jazeera because we need also, of course, we need, you know what we need? We need somebody who is thinking like Saudi Arabians.
Oh, okay. Take your time.
Um, just a second. What should I write? Topic Saudi Arabia live stream.
Like I said, I don't know that much about it. I have questions, but I don't know. I mean, I know a little history about it, but I don't know that much about it.
Okay. I will ask you questions. Maybe we can, because I don't know. Also, I don't know much, but we are going to learn to now. And I hope Ahmad will come because he's quite fundamental thinking Muslim, and maybe he can tell us how he thinks or how they think, which could be really interesting. Of course, it will offend us, our Westerners, his way of thinking will offend us, but we have to deal with it because he's part of the planet. Please come and listen to our study on Saudi Arabia. I see Jimmy. Jimmy has to come. Jimmy, you come. He is a Pakistani who lives in Germany. He's also very Muslim, and we need Ahmad. Is Ahmad here? Let me see. I'm just trying first to organize a little bit of people. Okay, can we open up? I will post you if you want. I can post you a link to the Saudi Arabia entry so that we can read together. Saudi Arabia Wiki. Yes, I have it. What time is it at yours, Ronin? Is it evening?
My time is 22:04.
Okay. I see it's, yes, it's completely different times what we have. Okay, guys, listen, here is the link to Saudi Arabia Wikipedia. If you like, you can read with us. Otherwise, listen. And also we need a little bit of viewers who can maybe correct us. You know, if we have Arabs, then maybe they can correct us if we say something wrong. For you, Ronin. Okay. Good. I can't post any links in the text chat. Sorry. Okay. Are you all okay if I screen share the page? I'm going to screen share the page so that you see what I'm reading. I would suggest we read one discuss about it. What does etymology means? Do you have any idea? Etymology? What does this means?
Etymology means the origins of the word. In other words, if you find a word and you type in etymology and then the word, it'll tell you where the word originated or from different countries to the point where it came today in terms of definition.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. This is new to me. Very good. So under etymology, it says, following the unification of the Hejaz and Najd kingdoms, the new state was named Mamlaka al-Arabia by royal decree on 23rd September 932 by its founder Abdulaziz al-Saud. Although this is normally translated as Kingdom of Saudi Arabia in English, it literally means the Arab Kingdom or the Arab Saudi Kingdom. The word Saudi is derived from the element as-suja in the Arabic name of the country, which is a type of adjective known as nisba, formed from the dynastic name of the Saudi royal family, the Al-Saudi. Its inclusion expresses the view that the country is the personal possession of the royal family. Disgusting. Al-Saud is an Arabic by adding the word al, meaning family of or house of, to the personal name of an ancestor. In the case of the Al-Saudi, this is the father of the dynasty's 18th century founder, Muhammad bin Saud. Okay, I'm guessing this guy is the boss of the family Saudi. Did you know that that Saudi Arabia, that this word Saudi is a family, is a family name? It's like when you know, the land would be called Saudi Ronin Arabia. Understand? Okay, let me keep reading. I see Broken York is weggegangen. Jimmy, come. I need the link again. Jimmy is interested to come. Maybe he can help us. Kopieren. He's right now on Al Jazeera. He's a Pakistani translator who lives in Germany. I think he can speak lots of languages. Maybe he can teach us something about Saudi Arabia. Yes. Okay. Let me continue. Saudi Arabia, officially the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Arab sovereign state in Western Asia, constituting bulk of the Arabian Peninsula, with a land area of approximately 2,150,000 quadrat kilometer. Saudi Arabia is geographically the fifth largest state in Asia and second largest state in the Arab world after Algeria. Saudi Arabia is bordered by Jordan and Iraq to the north, Kuwait to the northeast, Qatar, Bahrain, and the United Arab Emirates to the east, Oman to the southeast, and Yemen to the south. It is separated from Israel and Egypt by the Gulf of Aqaba. It is the only nation with both a Red Sea coast and a Persian Gulf coast, and most of its terrain consists of arid desert and mountains. The area of modern-day Saudi Arabia, yes? Everybody come over to the stream. Topic: Saudi Arabia. Link.
Excuse me, Planet Goran. Would that be a copyright infringement if you ran another YouTube page here?
Sorry. I believe this is a good question. I believe not, because my theory. Correct me if I'm wrong. I would say Wikipedia is a page.
Oh no, excuse me. No, no. You showed the Al Jazeera page.
Oh,
no,
oh
that
yes,
like
yes.
I said, that's why. No, I didn't mind the Wikipedia. That's, I mean,
Yes,
that's public.
I understand now.
Okay,
Yes, yes.
but I don't know.
You are probably right.
I don't want
Yes, you are
Denise
right.
to
You
get
are
in
right.
trouble. I don't want Denise to
Mhm.
get in trouble. Like I said, it's her channel, not your channel. That's why I
That's
pointed
right.
it out. You
Mhm.
know, if you're gonna have that same attitude, guess what? I'm gonna be just as direct with you. So, like I said, I think it may be a copyright infringement if you show someone else's channel, not Wikipedia. You showed Al Jazeera.
You're
Okay.
right.
Okay. I don't
You're
know.
right.
I don't know. I just asked the question.
And I'm sure that it is. You are completely right. I will keep in mind for the future. No other channel can be shown, but for Wikipedia, I would say it's okay. Also, I'm not sure, but I think it's okay for Wikipedia.
Yes, that's what I just said. That's what I
Mhm.
just said. I was talking about the Al Jazeera channel that you posted. Well, I'm not playing dumb with you. Okay.
Okay,
If you can't show respect, I'm going to ask why you are not showing respect. This is not your
you're
channel.
right.
Again, maybe it's your original language and it translates wrong, but it just sounds wrong in English when you assume welcome everybody and it's like your channel, but maybe you don't know. But like I say, go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Um, I will need to learn how to deal with this. So, but yes, you're absolutely right. Yes. Um, welcome, Buddy. I see Buddy's also here. Let me read the second part.
Yes, please. Yeah, you're doing well.
Thank you.
You're
The
welcome.
area of modern-day Saudi Arabia formerly consisted of four distinct regions: Hejaz, Najd, and parts of Eastern Arabia and Southern Arabia. You see, Russell was right. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia was founded in 1932 by Ibn Saud. He united the four regions into a single state through a series of conquests beginning in 92 with the capture of Riyadh, the ancestral home of his family, the House of Saud. Saudi Arabia has since been absolute monarchy, effectively a hereditary dictatorship government along Islamic lines. The ultra-conservative Wahhabi religious movement within Sunni Islam has been called the predominant feature of Saudi culture, with its global spread largely financed by the oil and gas trade. The Saudi Arabia is sometimes called the land of the two holy mosques in reference to Al-Masjid Al-Haram in Mecca and Al-Masjid An-Nabawi in Medina, the two holiest places in Islam. The state has a total population of 28.7 million, of which 20 million are Saudi nationals and 8 million are foreigners. Official language Arabic. You see, 15% of the whole Muslim population is Arabic, but they have power in the Islam world just because they have both Mecca and Medina in its own country, which is the holiest place in Islam. So the rest of the 85% of Muslims who are Asia, they kind of submit to the shit that is coming all from Saudi Arabia. I don't know if you guys know, but Arab world, they are also very national, very. For example, in our culture, in the Western culture, we have left wingers, we have right wingers, we have this people. And some of our people are saying the white race is the best race, we are the best, most advanced, we have invited. And this kind of thinking in the Arab world, they also have this. And it's mainly the Wahhabis. They think, they are the better people, the most advanced people. They think the same way as we think, so they think, they are the higher class of humans, and we are all subhumans, so to say. And this is really funny. It's really the same, but unfortunately it's this whole thing, as I have said, is concentrated in Saudi Arabia. So they have the power, they have the Wahhabi bullshit, they have Mecca, they have Medina. So this is why the rest of the Muslims are thinking they are kind of something important, because they have those two most holiest places in for the Muslims in their own country. This is really bad. Plus then comes the money from gas and oil, and the whole thing is, something is really not right with this fact. Yeah, with those facts. Yes, do we have any, sorry, do we have any Muslims here? Because I wanted to talk to Jimmy. He can maybe add some bullshit from Islam to our debate. No, he's not here. I think he's scary or something. Jimmy, if you listen, please say hi. Wait, T Salts. I'm going to post something on Al Jazeera. T Salts, can you please bring Jimmy to our stream? That's good. Okay, and then Suzanne is also here. Welcome, Suzanne. Sorry, Ronin. I'm not taking the program over. I'm just trying to be nice. So what I'm saying to you, if somebody enters the panel, or if we have new listeners, you have to greet them. You have to do this. It's a sign of being friendly. Okay.
I get what you're saying. It's okay.
Yes, you see. So let me read this third and last part of the introduction to Saudi Arabia, and then I'm going to ask you a couple of questions if Ronin is not
to learn about But the thing is, none of us are Muslim here. Do we? I don't think any of us really are that interested in learning about Muslim countries.
Do you think so?
I think so.
I'm very interested.
Me
I'm
too.
very
That
interested
was
in
what
learning
that's what
about
we
different
had agreed
countries.
to.
Yeah,
That was what we
that's why Planet Goran and I joined, because
go
he
ahead.
suggested we chat about Saudi Arabia. And,
Really? Really?
well,
Do we
yes,
really need to learn about
No, no,
Saudi?
no, no.
yes,
Listen, I would like to ask Suzanne. Suzanne, what do you know about Saudi Arabia?
she left.
Oh, okay.
Well, please continue.
Just a moment. I'm rolling a cigarette. Why did she left? I don't understand.
I don't know. I guess she wasn't interested in studying Saudi Arabia. I don't know.
Well, all I have to say, people, we need to learn this, because if we don't know anything about Saudi, it's obviously one state that is causing all the problems in the world. So we need to get to know what is going on. I mean, it's really important.
Well, I do know from studying a little history that since they discovered the oil in 1938, other countries came in, like, America, like Norway, any other countries that had oil exploration. They came in, and what offended the Wahhabi was that the oil corporations drilled near the holy site of Medina, and
Mhm.
that's what started the jihad with the West. Well, here in America, it was the USS Cole bombing and the first Trade Center bombing, and then 9/11. But that's part of the total jihad. But that's the origins of the conflicts with the West.
Mhm.
The fact that, well, uh, Muslims, well, specifically the Wahhabi, were very offended that the oil companies drilled near the holy site Medina, and that's the
Mhm.
origins of that. And well, the Bush family has very close ties to the Saudi royals, because that's who they were dealing with in the early 20th century. So that's part of the reason that America did not retaliate against Saudi Arabia in 9/11. They knew it. I mean, there was reports out here in America about that, but
Mhm.
America would not do anything because the people in power were the ones connected to the Saudi government via the oil trade, or exploration, should I say?
Um, you know what I'm interested in? I would like to know, um, before the oil was found in 1938, I believe, was Islam a problem, or were they kind of
Oh
you
no,
can?
Islam was not a problem at all, except for intertribal disputes. The Sunni versus Shia conflict
Mhm.
that's been there, and well, it really the radical changes in Saudi Arabia did not start until the Wahhabi basically gained power. After the
Mhm.
Wahhabi came in, because Saudi Arabia, all of Islam, they're very well educated. I mean, the first museums, right, were within Islam. So after the Wahhabi came in, and they're very fundamentalist, right? They wanted to get rid of the education and then just go back to times in the 14th,
Of the
12th
Prophet?
century.
Mhm.
Yes. So they're very strict. The Wahhabi, very fundamentalist, and that's, like I said, part of the problem there.
Hmm.
But usually it was just, if there was any conflicts there before they discovered oil, it was just tribal conflicts, and then
Mhm.
well, obviously when they discovered oil, became very rich. Then Wahhabi wanted to spread influence throughout the world.
Do you think that the West is kind of like we are impressed by their money, and so we let them do what they want to do because our leaders. You can't blame them, but people are always impressed by rich people, and so when somebody is rich, then you let him pass what he's doing in behind because he's rich and he has a nice house and his car and wife is also nice.
Oh yes. Well, like I said, it's well, anybody with money, right, would want to
Mm,
be influential in in any in any situation. They have the money, so they want to be influential, so they could have their idea supported and promoted over time. So, I mean, I'm not saying Wahhabi is any better or worse than communist Russia, for example, or communist China, for example. It's really just another group with their own ideas about whatever, wanting to spread influence
mhm,
throughout the world because they now have money, and that, well, power comes with that. So, like I said, we're
mhm,
just getting we're studying Saudi Arabia is just really studying the details and origins of why they would want to be influential.
mhm. I'm going to read the third part of the introduction. Petroleum was discovered 3rd March 1938 and followed up by several other finds in the eastern continent. Saudi Arabia has since become the world's largest oil producer and exporter, controlling the world's second largest oil reserves and the sixth largest gas reserves. The kingdom is categorized as the World Bank High Income Economy with a high human development index and is the only Arab country to be part of the G20 major economies on earth. However, the economy of Saudi Arabia is the least diversified in the Gulf Cooperation Council, lacking any significant service or production sector apart from the extraction of resources. Haha. The state has attracted criticism for its treatment of women and use of capital punishment. Saudi Arabia is a monarchical autocracy, has the fourth highest military expenditure in the world, and SIPRI found that Saudi Arabia was the world's second largest arms importer in 2010 to 2014, probably also German products. Saudi Arabia is considered a regional and middle power. In addition to GCC, it is an active member of Organization of Islamic Cooperation and OPEC. Um, what is also known from Saudi Arabia is that they are really, this is a family. Let's say it's a family of about 200 people. Sons, sons of sons, then all the wives, then all the uncles, they are kind of 200 super rich people, and they are bored because they are rich, and they do all kinds of stuff. For example, and of course they have a head. One of them is the head, the old daddy, and all the others are sons trying to please him. Everything is fine. Uh, and they do all kinds of stuff. For example, they support everything and anything. They support Israel for some reason. They pay terrorist groups. They give money in behind. Nobody sees it. They do this. They do that. This is really crazy. I mean, this is the problem because they are not elected. They are no politicians. They are a simple family who is super rich, and they are ruling a country. The country has their name. Yeah, it's crazy.
Well, yes. Well, I mean, in isolation, it's all right, I guess. But now that they have global influence and so many arms. Their influence is not direct but indirect. For example, Saudi Arabia does supply arms and munitions to the conflict in Lebanon, for example, and the Syrian rebels. So indirectly they're very influential because they do buy so many arms. They're not at war, and it's been found that they supply, like I said, arms and munitions to Lebanon, the conflicts in Lebanon, and the Syrian rebels.
Look, this is the king. He looks boat owner. I'm sorry, but true. I've heard he has two daughters who are captured in a very very big house, and they are really captured like in a jail or something. They live there since 20 years. They don't have outside contacts. He broke up with them because daughters, they are not sons, they are daughters. They are captured there, and the house is falling apart in the meantime, and it's a big house. And sometimes they are able to send some messages outside the world, but they are caught up, and he don't want them to have contacts to the outside world. Here is he with Putin. Interesting. Let's see how old he is. I would like to know when he will die. Oh, he's 81 years. So this means when he dies, then the rest of the family will fight for power. Who will make it out of them? Look with Kerry. Oh my God, this is crazy. They look really crazy. I mean, I'm sorry, Muslims, but you really need to do something with your clothes. Okay. Oh, here's Mr. Trump and the king. Everything in gold.
Correction, that's not Mr. Trump.
Oh, Mr. President.
That's Mr. Trump.
Yes. Buddy, good day to you. Do you know anything from Saudi Arabia? What do you know from Saudi Arabia? This is the king as a young man.
I know quite a bit about Saudi Arabia. A lot of it I don't agree with. A lot of categories, many stories. Right now, for me, I'm not really so much focused on them at the moment. However, I'll put it to you this way: wherever there is massive money, there's usually corruption.
Mm-hmm. Let me read one thing. This is interesting. Controversies. According to a report by the Institute of Gulf Affairs, King Salman fathered a child named Abla, whose mother was a former slave girl of African origin. Many in the kingdom have come forward with allegations that he had Abdullah murdered in the 80s in order to avoid scandal. Oh my God.
Do you like Saudi Arabia, Planet?
You know what? I really know very, very little about Saudi Arabia. I would like to study it for the next couple of days because, I believe if one knows, in deeper forms what is going on in Saudi Arabia, then maybe you can have answers to many other issues. For example, where the money is going, or what they are doing, etc., etc., etc. Many things can be solved with only studying Saudi Arabia. This is what I believe.
Correct. For this country, usually that's classified so the general public does not get to know things like that in general.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, any involvement that this country has with Saudi Arabia, most of the time that's through intelligence and I'll label it backdoor channel deals, meaning the public's not going to know anyway.
Oh, okay. But maybe you're right. But you know, if you, I will do it anyway. You know, if I keep on reading, maybe something will be understood. You know.
Oh yeah, it's they're very controversial country. There's people that kind of believe they try to do good. There's people believe they are the root of all evil. Um, there's people that believe that they mostly sponsor bad things, and there's other people that believe that they, try to do good things. So they're a very controversial country, that's for sure.
Mhm. I really believe this is. I believe when this king dies at one point, he's 81. When he dies, we will have some big changes in the world, because many of his family will try to get on his place. I don't know how many sons he have. He has many children, I believe. So all of them, they will try to get on his seat. So I believe when he dies, something really significant will change in the country, and also for the rest of the world.
Right. Couple of quick topics. Has anybody watched the news today?
Well, the last news I saw was, the Paris Agreement. Yeah.
Yeah, I watched that. And also, did you watch the interview with Vladimir Putin today?
No, keep us updated, please.
Well, there's a press conference about it, and also there's an interview with Vladimir Putin saying there has never been any collusion with Russia from the United States, from the Trump or the Trump campaign, and it is all hysteria. Basically, the way he said it was, does someone have a pill for these people to cure them telling lies? So he totally denounced any whatsoever collusion between Russia and the United States with the Trump people today. With the interview, you can punch in and pull it up on YouTube. It's pretty quick too. I think it's only about 3 minutes. But Megyn Kelly is interviewing him in a huge. I don't know who those other people were there. They just showed the clip with her interviewing Putin. But so you see the corruption in the media about lying to all the different countries is the biggest problem, in my opinion, that any country has right now, because they are pushing false narratives to societies to achieve their agenda, which is not an agenda that is good for each country. Meaning it does no one any good to tell lies and bullshit. You have to have facts in order to, and they know this, and that's why they lie, because they don't want you knowing the truth, because then they can't push their agenda. That's what it's all about. I always knew it was there. I've been knowing it for a long time, but now it's worse than ever, because you have opposition going against all of their corrupt agendas. So I like to go straight to the source and get information, and get the information from, for example, if we can take your country or Saudi Arabia or, Pakistan. I don't care what country it is. if I go to that country and I go to the people in a village, let's just say something is happening in a village. Let's just say that a foundation was funded to help a particular village in someone's country. And then you find out that that money never even got to that village except for a very small portion. But yet the media is saying how much help that village has gotten through this foundation, and yet they only received a small portion of the money. You see?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you take that, you can expand that to any subject you want going on right now in the world, and that's exactly what they do.
That's the thing, even with what do you call it? Even with like charities. Yeah, the charity only gets a tiny percent of the money donated. Therefore, that's why I really don't donate to charity too much, because I'm a single mother, so I don't have all that much money to start with, and I'm just tired of all these charities taking from the poor, giving to themselves, and hardly giving the charity money to the actual charity. And until such time as 100% of that charity money goes towards that charity, there's no use in giving the money to charity.
Yeah,
Somewhat.
right. There's certain ways you can donate money that actually does get to the. Now, I just gave that as a small example. In other words, those things have been going on for decades also. But I mean, everything I hear in every country, not just here, it is in every single country right now. Um, so that conversation can go on all night. So the corruption is at its height right now. Okay. So I hear these lies and bullshit every day. Every time I check into something, it's all lies. It's just like this Paris Accord that just happened. Nobody's been wanting to tell the truth about that. I studied up on it since yesterday. Now I know what the truth is. And as I had already said, in my life, I've had to deal directly with the EPA, which is all about the environment. And that's exactly what was said by the head EPA guy today. Exactly what I had said. But yet, if you listen to, in other words, technology has us rated extremely high. What they don't want to talk about with the Paris Accord, for example, is that no one else even has to comply with these regulations until I think one country was 2030. They don't have to do anything whatsoever. The other countries get, I think it was $2.6 trillion from the United States. Now, don't hold me to that. I'm not sure where that came from. I know it's billions and billions of dollars that has been given that has been given to all the other countries. I studied up on it since yesterday. And so the media, all they want to talk about is, oh, they don't like clean air. They don't like clean water. Oh, they're going to ruin the earth. They're not talking about the water rising up at the coast. Oh, but they're not talking about the real issues at hand at all. It's all lies and bullshit. So we retracted from that Paris Accord because, once again, like every other trade deal that I've seen for the last 3 decades, I have not seen one good deal done from this country to any other country on the planet. Not one. So you see what they're really doing, Gordon, is they're just feeding lies and bullshit to you, to me, to Ronan. They're just lying. Now, whether you agree or not with the steps taken, that's a whole nother issue. In other words, your views on it. But there is no one can sit here. They're not going to sit here and tell me that anyway, because the stories have just gotten ridiculous. Everybody's getting lies fed to them, so everyone's running around in hysteria because they're believing the lies and the bullshit that they're hearing. And
But that's only in USA, because we outside USA, we don't have this debate. Did the Russian paid money to Trump? This is, this is only within USA, this topic. You guys have this drama. We don't, outside of the USA, we don't have this kind of debates. It's just within you in America.
well, I'm confused what debates you're speaking of.
I'm thinking, you guys in America, you have one side is against Trump and one side is pro-Trump. So the liberals are trying to destroy him, to make him stepping back, and by saying he's he did this wrong, he did that wrong. We have to put him in
Right.
court for this is only internal USA debates. This is the outside world is not interested in this. What you within America.
Okay, well, that's kind of a different topic. What I was saying is that all the news stations, even in your country, are lying.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm talking about the media. Now, if you want to talk about the liberals, the Democrats, the Republicans, here's the way I see all that. I've never been any party my entire life, and I never will. You know why?
Hmm?
I'm not Republican, I'm not independent, I'm not Democrat, and I'm not liberal. I'm about the truth. That's all I've ever been about. And anybody who can step up to the plate and tell me that anything that's been done in the last 3 decades has been good for this country, that's not raping it of its resources and jobs and economy, is just a liar. Because I've investigated all these deals myself. I can send a 5-year-old kid up there to make better deals than this for this country. They've sold us out, and now we have 93 million people out of work. Oh, speaking and keeping on topic about the Paris Accord. So that U6 number that everybody wants to talk about already, here's the truth. Already, do you know what the U6 number is, Goran?
U6, no.
They have a U3 and a U6. U6 number studies the job loss, in other words, unemployment and wage drop. Studies both of those categories.
What? Buddy, Packy
Listen,
muted
guys.
you.
Yes, listen, guys. I would like to introduce you to a new entry. He's
That's
a really good guy. You will all love him. You will all love him. His name is Donnie Barnes.
Hey, what's up? What's his name, Goran?
Donnie Barnes.
Hey, Donnie, what's up, man?
How's everyone doing?
Pretty good. But anyway, so I studied up on the U6 number, and U6 number
He comes from just look at the buddy. He comes from Maryland. What is where do you come from, Donnie, again?
Baltimore, Maryland.
Baltimore. Exactly.
Baltimore, Maryland.
I couldn't, Donnie, say something. You're kind of breaking up a little bit.
It's called Baltimore, Murderland.
It's called Body what?
Baltimore, Murderland, the murder capital of the world, Baltimore City.
What is it? What is it close to, Donnie?
Baltimore City, Maryland.
He has an accent.
How
Baltimore, Maryland.
Baltimore.
How close is it to Beltsville, Maryland, Donnie?
30 minutes.
Good enough. I have family all in Baltimore and DC. I know exactly where you're talking about. I also helped a guy restore a military trike. That I had a transmission for his military trike he was restoring, and I need Triumph TR6 parts, British Leyland parts. Yeah, so I've spent a whole lot of time in that area. So I've got family all up in that area. I know where you're at. But getting back to this U6 number, So already in Trump's presidency, he's made it go down an entire point, and that is a lot. So he's already just in the short time he's been there, he's already dropped the U6 number an entire point, and he's created so far in reality 187,000 jobs. That 187,000 people has gone back to work. That's just recently. That's not talking about yesterday, last week, or last month. That's just today. So I just thought I'd clear that up if we're talking about the Paris Accord. And I found out all the ingredients of the Paris Accord today. I've always heard that. I've worked real close with the EPA all my life. And so I disagreed with everybody's talking points up here because I happen to know for a fact that the technology that we have out there has got us like up 18 points with the the green gases and all of these factors that they talk about. It's all a fucking hoax, just like I said in the beginning. And the head guy involved on all this damn climate change shit anyway is Al Gore, and that's one of the most corrupt motherfuckers I've ever known. So it's all a fucking hoax. Now, is there a reality to climate change? Yes. But everything to do with this whole climate change has been spun and lied about for decades here. And now somebody's doing something about that shit too. So anyway, that's my thing on the Paris Accord. And if you get a chance, go watch the interview. Everybody's been talking about this Russian, collusion between Trump and the Trump campaign. It just got denounced.
How is the video called?
You can punch in on YouTube, Megyn Kelly, Vladimir Putin, and it'll pull it up. Mm-hmm. It's only about 3 minutes long. They just show the clip where she's talking to Putin.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Who's talking to Putin?
Megyn Kelly.
Megyn Kelly.
Oh, did she go to Russia or did Putin come to America?
I think it's over there.
Oh, I didn't think Putin would come to America. He wouldn't risk his life like that.
Well, it's a huge, I don't know if it's an auditorium or wherever.
Really, really not safe for him to go to your country. No way.
Well,
Why? This is not true.
It is true, man. I
wouldn't. When you are in this position, yeah.
Well, okay, the way that he would come to this country, I don't think anybody could get to him anyway. But anyway, that's a whole nother story. But is there a lot of opposition against this supposed Russian collusion?
Half of American citizens can't stand Putin, but half of them love him, but half of them can't stand him.
Well, actually, I don't know anybody that well, here's what I would say anyway. I don't know anybody that especially loves Putin, but
I love Putin. I think he's fucking cool.
Well, the thing is
no.
As I say, Goran, I'm about the truth. I don't care what these medias lie about anymore because every one of them are lying. Every single last one. And there's an old saying, if you follow the money, you'll clearly see what their agenda is. See, they're not for sovereign nations. They're for a global agenda. And everybody except for the people that should be owning these organizations has been allowed to buy these news medias and invest big money in it so they control the narrative. They don't even want to talk about the real topics. They want to talk about the spin jobs and the bullshit.
I can see how much richer Russia is now today than it was in the past. It's so much richer now. It has more, it has that country is a beautiful country now,
Yeah, I've even heard spin jobs here lately, so there's a lot of people that's mad about us backing out of the Paris Accord. So now they're saying, make the planet great again. Well, guess what? We didn't hire Trump to take care of the fucking planet. We elected Trump to take care of this fucking nation here and get shit straightened out for this country. And their president
California would do that.
And their presidents need to do the same thing for their country. Kings, queens, whoever's in charge of their ministers, whoever's in charge of their countries need to do the same thing. They need to quit. They need to quit running these global planet agendas that's no good for anybody's country at all. Anyway,
Tell me about it.
right. It's all corrupt as hell, Gorn. You know, I don't care if you're a fucking communist. I don't care if you're a Republican or a Democrat. A lie is a lie is a lie. And the truth is the truth is the truth. And that's all I've ever seeked out. I don't care about politics. Politics for me translates to nothing but bullshit and lies. It always has and it always will. They just wanted to call lies a nice little number, a nice little name, and so they named it politician. Now,
Can
if
you
you
guys,
study politics,
yeah,
politics
Politics does mean lies. Yeah, I know that.
politics are supposed to work in a good way. Unfortunately, it doesn't.
okay. Welcome, Paki. How is your day? Are you okay? Paki, are you sleeping?
Paki. Hello,
I
Paki.
think
No, I was on the YouTube, so my day was good. Goran, thank you.
If you're sleeping. You sound as if you're sleeping.
I just broke my fast, so I'm just kind of lazy. I'm gonna go offer my prayers in a while, so till then I'm here. T-Sol is here, but why don't you guys talk to her?
Oh, wow, T-Sol. Hey, Packy, how long do you still have to continue to fast?
Today's the
Wow.
7th, so 23 more.
Wow. Good luck, man. But anyway, hang in there.
Hey buddy, but I lost like 9 pounds. 9
That's
pounds in 7 days.
the fasting for you in all aspects is good because I know you were trying to lose weight running on the treadmill. Fasting, trust me, you're going to lose the weight.
That's right.
That's right.
Paki, can you add later when you have time? Can you please add something about Saudi Arabia? I would like to learn something. Everything that you know, please tell me. I would like to learn. Also, just I'm not taking over.
Buddy knows about
I'm
Saudi
sorry,
Arabia.
Ronin.
Buddy knows
sorry,
about Saudi Arabia.
Ronin.
You can ask Buddy. He knows a lot
Yes,
about Saudi
I will
Arabia.
ask Buddy. Don't worry, I will ask Buddy. I would also like to say hello to our very beautiful lady, T-Souls. Hello.
Hey, T-Souls.
Hi, everybody. How are you?
Wow, I hadn't heard your voice in a while, girl. It's good to hear you.
Nice to hear you guys, too.
Look how beautiful she looks.
I'm telling you, I've known T-Souls a while. She is the bomb, man.
Oha.
Yeah,
I lost y'all for a minute there, buddy.
Well,
yes, she's
yeah, we went.
responsible for me getting straight.
Yeah, there went through some transitions there, and everybody just kind of started streaming, to try to have. Maybe we'll talk about that in private somewhere. But anyway, so Mando quit streaming, and then so a couple of different streams have sprung up from that, and so everybody kind of scattered out a little bit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Crystal seen me in AJ chat. She told me.
Cool. But yeah, it's great to see you, T-Souls. But
Nice
so
to hear what y'all too.
but that's what I found out about today. That's the latest for me is the U6 number and the Paris Accord agreement and the EPA stuff involving climate change. I studied up on that pretty.
I'm very, very unhappy with your decision. You're very, very unhappy, but who cares?
About the Paris Accord.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know you are. Everybody is except for us. You know why? Because they were because it wasn't a fair playing ground, Gorn. Check this out. So we've already done more things for the environment in the U.S. than all the other countries. Guess what? China doesn't even have to abide by that Paris Accord until the year 2030. What's that all about? They don't even
I
have
thought
to.
2030 is the point where everything should be all done.
Right, but we're already up 18 points with our technology here. And I have, as I say, I've worked directly with the people at EPA. The head EPA place is right down on Highway 85 here, close to where I live. I've been involved with those people for the last 3 decades. I know all about the environment, and because it's very strategic. In other words, you're not going to lie about what's really going on out of these smokestacks with the environment, the water, the air. You're not going to lie about it because it's all computerized, and the database is on fiber optics directly to the EPA. There's no way you can cheat it. And plus, you have to take a paperwork readout of all of this stuff. And that goes for all categories having to do with Mother Earth. So I've been directly involved. But anyway, back to the Paris Accord. So it appears as though all the other countries don't really have to abide by anything, and they all get funded by the U.S., but nobody has to abide by anything or do anything. I mean, and I'm making a blanket statement about it, but that's basically what it comes down to. So once again, it's all a fucking lie.
I will study this.
Yeah, study the Paris Accord. You'll be amazed. The U.S. has to do everything. The other countries have to do nothing. And we have to give all the other countries a bunch of fucking money. Why? And we can't even trace where the money's going from the U.S. that we're donating to all the countries. It's fucking corrupt as fuck.
Well, I've heard today a German told me that Germany is paying as much money as, for example, China, which is also, we can also complain. Why are we paying the same amount of money like the huge China? I mean, this is crazy.
It is crazy. And the thing about it is, Gordon, I told you, I don't care about the parties. I never have, because they're all liars. They're all liars, every one of them, because they're in bed with each other anyway for other agendas instead of what they are supposed to be doing and working for their countries. And that's just a simple way I say it. But China doesn't have to do any of the things. All these other countries in the Paris Accord, they don't have to do any of the things that America has to do in the Paris Accord agreement. They don't have to do any of it. But and they get all these millions and billions of dollars. Where is it going? Where's the money going? It's non-traceable. Nobody even knows where the money's going. It's corrupt as fuck.
No, I'm just noticing that you are Americans, so you talk for America. I am in Germany. I talk for Germany, and I'm noticing that all no matter where you are coming, you always each one of us is saying, well, the others are doing not enough. We do all the
well,
work.
Okay. Let me reply to that, Gordon. I'm going to go ahead and tell you a little personal information about me that you don't know. I don't talk just for America. I'm talking about me. I'm just describing me. I'm about the truth. I'm not about the countries. I am about the truth. I can say that 100 times, and until you realize that about me, then you'll never understand me. Okay? I'm going to tell you something right now. Do you know what nationality I am?
I would say your ancestors were, I mean, this is not your picture, right?
Well, yeah, just forget all that. Do you have any idea what my ancestry is?
If this is not your picture, then I don't know.
But I'm not 100% sure.
Well, I'm getting ready to blow your mind, Goran. I am fucking German. And I know all about everything about Germany. And I also love the industries in Germany. And I used to love the shotguns made in Belgium. I know a lot about Germany. And I am fucking German. Okay? I'm not speaking for countries. Fuck countries. I'm speaking the truth about what the truth is. And the truth is, everybody's sucking America dry. We're all out of work here, Goran. And I talked to D-Bag, and I talked to these other people in the other countries. They tell the same economical stories. That's the one thing we all had in common. The economics in every country is at its all-time low. Wages have been driven down. Now, Germany has done pretty good for itself. Germany,
but if USA wants to be a superpower, then of course it has more responsibility than other countries who are not superpower. This goes without saying.
Hey, Gordon, it's not even about that. Somehow, all this stuff, I don't know if it's from the wars that have been fought when we fought Germany. I don't know where it comes from, but the hatred for America, it's just strange to me that there's a never-ending hatred for America, but yet all the other countries want to drain us dry.
I can tell you in Germany, the critics towards America started, I'm sorry to say it, with George W. Bush. Before, we were really fine with America, but George W. Bush, you know, he did really bad, and since then we are really critical towards USA.
I will agree with you on that. That is the truth. So I will not deny the truth. I despised Bush. Bush Sr. is a liar. He lied to Congress years and years ago, said he wasn't part of the CIA. That's a damn lie. He was in charge of Group 40, which was the assassination group for the CIA. I know all about the Bushes, but that's no reason to hate America.
Don't hate America. I actually don't. I'm one that doesn't hate America. I love America.
Well, I'm just saying, Gordon, you know, I don't hate any countries. You know why? Because I know that they haven't done anything. They haven't done anything.
Suzanne is not saying the correct thing. Suzanne is also critical towards America. This is, you know, I've heard you. I said the
American government. I'm critical towards the government. I've told everyone that.
Okay.
Time in and time out.
Okay.
Yeah. So I mean, the
my government is the same. They're corrupt.
Yeah, so anyway, you know, the governments are corrupt, Gordon, and guess who's even more corrupt than the government now?
The rich people.
No, that's where you're wrong again. It's the fucking media. Which, hey, I can tie that into the rich people if you want to. Sure, they're rich, the people who are dominating the news media organizations, and they're pushing false agendas. It's all lies, Gordon. It's all lies, you know.
Okay.
But anyway, I did a lot of studying since yesterday. I took the time out to get up on the latest on this Paris Accord and the climate change. I've got my facts together now, and anybody who wants to discuss it, I'm ready.
I think T-Salts wants attention because she's playing drums with her fingernails.
I'll give a T-Souls all the attention she ever wants. T-Souls used to come up. She always enlightened the panel every time she would ever come on the panel. She really did. I'm gonna mic out and go fix me a coffee. I'll be right back. Y'all go ahead.
Okay, but hurry up because you need to get to know our new entry. He's really interesting. I invited him because you know why? I believe Donnie Barnes is the new best friend of Buddy.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Because I think they have the same political spectrum. It's you can say it twins.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that, of course, Buddy is more, you know, he's perfect in talking. He's a radio man, you know, he's a radio man. Donnie is a little bit shy. He is not really good with words, but the same political agenda, I would say.
Yeah. Good. Good.
So if you would like to talk to him, talk.
So you like Trump, Donnie?
What's not to like about Trump?
Goody. I love Trump too. Oh, I'm going to Trump Tower very soon. In New York City. where he lives or lived. I'm taking my doll with me. I hope he signs my Trump doll.
Tea salts. What are you doing?
He's texting. Can't you tell?
No, I can't tell.
Yeah, well, it sounds like she's fapping, doesn't it?
Yes, she's playing drums with her fingernails on something
On
on the
her
microphone.
phone.
Yeah.
On her mobile phone, and it's going into her microphone.
Exactly.
The sound is going straight into the microphone, and that's why it sounds so loud.
But maybe it's
Oh, is that
also a
me?
form of, yeah. Whoops.
It's all right. We don't care.
Oh, it's okay. I won't do that no more.
No, you can. We
'Cause
know
I
you.
sure was.
I know
I know
that
you
you're
can hear
talking
it
in
'cause
the
I sure was.
YouTube chat.
I sure was doing that too. That's why I know you really heard me.
Yeah, we can hear you. I was going to say it in the YouTube chat. I can hear you texting. It's okay. We don't
I was,
care.
yeah, but I was, from out of my mind, I was thinking she's knocking because she wants to say something,
No, Flip, he does that too. He does that a lot, and he's always messaging people and like continuously, even when he's chatting with us like this. He just, and I know the sound now, what it is,
Oh, Suzanne, I have a news for you. Last time when you left, we had then suddenly out of nothing. How is this guy's name? Bulldog. He came on my live stream in text
Yeah.
chat, and I was thinking, oh, Suzanne.
Oh, thank goodness I wasn't there when he was there. That's all I've got to say.
Yeah, Bulldog's been around a while. He likes to cuss a lot, and he likes to cuss and holler a lot.
He was complaining that, yeah, he said he got thrown out of a hangout. I forgot which one. He was complaining about this.
Oh, Maria's?
Yeah, maybe. Yes. Yes, I believe it was Maria's, yes.
About time she saw sense.
Yeah, him and D-Beck used to argue all the time.
He was yesterday on my panel. He was really friendly. I don't know what kind of problems you have with him. He's really friendly.
Get to know him. Get to know him. Then you understand.
I don't know. You guys should get along.
No way.
You should get along. If you keep doing this, then the whole community will break up. I'm telling you.
Well, let me fill you in on the community. I really don't care about communities, but I'm gonna tell you something, Gordon. LaSurge and D-Beck, and there's a couple others. I don't want them around me no more. Okay.
Why?
I just want to tell you that. I don't even care to discuss it anymore. They know why. And so as far as for me, there is no turning back and there is no getting along. I've been knowing those fuck nuts for about 1.5 years or 2 years. Go ahead and hang around them about 1.5 years and tell me what you think then. You
are making me really sad about it. This is not good. But okay, I accept this.
No, it's very good and healthy for me. I was taught a long time ago. If you got people, and then you're supporting. So basically, what you're telling, I can't support corruptness, and somebody that says things like your wife's a whore, fucking 9 men fucked her on the corner, blah blah blah, the personal attacks, and then they want to turn around and be a habitual liar and say that I'm the one that said it. I don't want those people around me because in real life, they wouldn't do it anyway. You know what I mean? So for me, I don't want LaSurge and D-Beck around me under any circumstances. And if I can't control it, then I'll leave. Simple.
Do you
simple
yes, okay, buddy. Okay, I accept this, but it's not good news. What you're saying, this is not good news. Do you think? I have a question. Do you think that Armando was able to keep the people together?
Yeah, he was a rock. He was the rock as far as he's a genius in that category.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people will say he supported all that stuff. He's the one that the stream owner is not the one. In other words, he knew how to get people to cajole. You know what cajole means?
Oh yeah, I know what that means. It means mesh together.
In other words, he had the art of allowing people with extreme opposition with one another to get along.
Cool.
Well, okay. So what I'll say to that is I can get along with anybody. I don't care about their views on politics, religion, the world, governments, any subject. But they start making personal attacks and then turn around right after they do it and lie about it. That tells me in real life there's somebody else. I don't like that.
Okay. One question. When Armando would be here, how would he deal the dispute with you and Serge and Debek?
Serge and Debek argued ever since they met. A lot of times they handle it themselves. They just get him out of there. Look, you can take up for Serge all you want. All these people's been knowing him almost 2 years. If you think he's going to change, you got to. Now, can Serge carry on a conversation from time to time? Yeah, but it always.
I noticed. You guys are. Look, Serge is. Let's say. He's kind of gone, kind of. And now the next one is Ashley.
Well, when you say he's gone, you made him a moderator on your stream. So what do you mean he's gone?
No, I mean from this right now, you know. Let's say, because you just said you don't want him and you don't want this person. So let's say he is gone, and now you are making Ashley a victim.
Who?
Ashley, the person who nobody knows.
Well, let me put it to you this way, Goran. Were you involved with any of these people in the last year and a half?
No.
Okay, no. That's fair enough. If I were you, I'd just stay out of it and let it be.
I would like to keep you all together.
Well, unfortunately, that's not possible.
Buddy, you are a drama queen.
Oh, I am?
You are making plastic drama where there is no drama.
So you don't think Serge is a drama king?
Yes, needs to learn something.
Let me just set you straight, Goran. If I want another fucking daddy, I'll go buy one at Walmart.
Okay.
Is that fair enough?
Okay. Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Of course.
I don't need you mending my fences with my rivals.
Okay.
That's fair enough. We'll get along as long as you quit trying to be my daddy. All right.
I would never dare to do this. Never.
All right. That's fair enough. You need to learn more about what these people have done, and then I think you'll understand.
I don't know the Serge at all, but he will revert to character assassination the second his worldview was questioned.
Exactly, Goran. Wow, Donnie, that hit it dead on the head of the nail. That's exactly.
I knew it. I knew it. You are best new friends.
No, it has not. I've never met this guy. But Goran, let me take you back to the to what I told you to always remember about me. I'm about the truth. Now, I'll also tell the truth on me. In those categories, when I get character assassination, I think everybody should always defend that. Everybody. I've done it against Ronan. He defended it. I apologize for it. And it's hardcore shit. But when you have somebody that cannot carry on it, in Serge's mind, the fucking world is wrong and that motherfucker's right. The problem with his theory is He's never gone to school for anything. He says he's gone to school for economics. That's a fucking lie. He had regular economics in high school like everybody's got. He's never held a fucking job. He's never gone and contributed to society. He has no fucking skills and knows nothing about nothing other than looking shit up online like everybody on the planet. And his views are always right. And if you tell him, well, that's not the way I see it, he'll just tell you you're a fucking idiot and you're fucking wrong. And then it goes from there. And then it goes into personal attacks every fucking time.
Yes, buddy, I would like to tell something. Buddy, you are really very, very good. You are very talented, very good, and your point of view is needed. For what you are standing for is you have a good voice to bring it forward to the people. So what I'm trying to say is, buddy, because what you just said about those people, we all of us, not only the people panel, also the people outside. You say you don't care for communities, but I'm telling you, the whole community will need you. We all need you. And if you are put, yeah.
Well, maybe I didn't come across clear with that. No, I'm all about communities and people getting together. I mean, I've spent my entire life doing that. I've been, I've played live music for decades. Mm-hmm. So, I mean, I'm all about communities and mainstream, but you can't let people continue to cross a line. In other words, Gordon, number one, the only way you can have an honest debate about any subject on earth is when mm-hmm. someone is being real. They have to be real. They can't be mm-hmm. fake and plastic, okay? But as far as me, what I meant when I said communities, I'm just simply saying to you that I've been on, I don't know, I'll say 2 years. I've been on all these streams for a couple years, mm-hmm. and I already know these people. I know who they are. I know what they do. I know what they stand, and I'm sure they know me. And there's some people that just can't be around each other.
Do you think so?
Yeah. Oh, I know so.
100%. Yep.
Really? Why? Why?
Well, I'll give you an example. Me and Ronan don't see anything the same, nothing. But yet we have a platform that we can still discuss things without personal character assassinations.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, every now and then it gets pretty deep, but or for me anyway, I attack the situation at hand on what's going on in the moment. And that's what I do. In other words, if they're doing wrong to me, then I'm attacking it. I'm attacking it. I'm attacking it. But other people, they want to try to dox your Facebook account. They want to find out personal information about you. They want to do this. They want to find out who you are. They want to attack your wife. They want to tell you you need your kids taken from you when they're the sorriest motherfucker on the goddamn planet.
Guys, I'm asking you all, do you mind, because this is really my passion, it's my passion, I can't do nothing about it. Do you mind if I try people to bring together who really hate each other? For example, I would like Suzanne to become best friends with this Bulldog guy, and I will try to bring LaSerge and Buddy together. I would try to bring, I like to bring extremes together. Do you mind? Your enemy.
I mind. I've already told you. If I want another daddy, I'll go buy one.
Okay.
There is no repair, Gordon. So you might as well hang that up. Now, if anybody else, that's their own opinion. But I'm telling you.
I'm sorry, buddy. I'm sorry. What happened to you? I'm so sorry.
Oh, in real life, I'd break his fucking neck.
Take your dog to the toilet, Cameron.
I'll just tell you like it is. In real life, I'll break his fucking neck.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry what happened to all of you, and
look,
it's not good.
Going on the other side of the fence, I just want to politely tell you, he has been given more opportunities on streams than anyone I've ever met on these streams since the day I went on them. Nobody has given any one person more opportunities and let them back in their streams than LaSurge.
I believe.
Okay, because
But
face it,
yeah.
man, he's a weird bird. He's a fucking society reject. Okay, there's nothing about that character I like. Nothing.
Have you noticed some change in the last couple of days or week?
With who? With
Have you noticed some change
I haven't
with him?
noticed anything because I haven't been around him. So there's not going to be any noticing for me because he's not going to be around me.
Okay.
It's as simple as that. I don't want to notice a fucking thing about him.
When will Armando come back?
Who knows?
I think he's coming back.
Can you guys please, or don't say anything, but can you guys please, when at one point when he comes back, can you guys please tell him I'm not the devil?
Oh, anyway, getting off of that subject for a minute.
Okay.
Goran, I hear you. Okay, look. So I'm not really okay. So, so the way life is, everybody's got their own interpretation of who someone really is and what their agenda is.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the way it is. In real life, not on the internet maybe, but in real life, people don't like people getting in their private, personal business in real life. And but let's just get off of that subject. That's the end of that subject with me. Until D-Beck apologizes to me, that son of a bitch better not come around me either. And as far as LaSurge, there is going to be no apology. Those apologies have been over because it's happened over and over and over, and it just keeps getting worse as time goes by, not better. So you're not going to fix that. Hey, Goran, if you think you're going to fix that character, you are sadly mistaken. That's all I'm going to tell you. Don't use me. Use yourself to fix him. I'm done with that.
Okay.
Okay. Now let me get to another subject. How'd your thumbs down go? Did you reach 100?
No, I reached it was crazy. I reached 60 thumbs up and 80 thumbs down. Crazy.
No, what somebody did, let me tell you, I saw it right. I tried to, so when all that was going on, in the moment, I tried to carry everybody over there and, hit the thumbs down.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
But then if you'll notice your thumbs up started going up.
Yes.
And your thumbs down started going down in numbers, right?
Yes.
They have a way to do that. And so what they did, they sabotaged your goal.
Mm-hmm.
See, so they were going to make sure you didn't reach your goal. That's the bottom line.
You know what? In real life, I wanted to keep them busy.
Right. That's good. Yeah. Yeah, that's good.
Buddy, did you just said there is a chance for D-Beck when he acts the right way? Yes, you said it.
I'll tell you what, just to be quite honest about it at this point, I'm going to stay neutral on that decision for now. I might make one later, but I don't want the character around me right now because
okay,
he's that type of person that cannot say he's sorry. I can say I'm sorry, but these other people, they can't do it. Okay.
mm-hmm.
And it seems to be this mentality in here. It reminds me of dealing with children. The first thing you hear from they're kids. That's all they are. The first thing you hear from them is, well, I'm not the one that said it first. He said it first, so I'm not going to apologize because they're
mm-hmm.
the ones that did it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? If both people can't come to the
kindergarten.
Exactly. Kindergarten. Yes, exactly. And D-Beck has that elite personality to where no matter what he says, that's the way it is. And it's written in stone and it's his way or no way. Guess what? Not with me, it ain't.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm done with B-Beck too, Gordon. I'm just telling you. Now look, yeah, all right. Let's get it all out on the table right now. You and I didn't start off that well, right? I'm talking to you now, right? I don't have a problem with looking past things.
But listen, buddy, you wouldn't believe it, but I never had one single problem with you. I found you always funny. I find you always witty, and I really don't care if you say anything good or bad. I really don't care, because if I like somebody, I don't care what this person is doing. The only problem I had was with Armando. This is the only thing.
Right? Yeah. Well, so I mean, so Goran, kind of just to say it like it is, there's been a lot of history with these people, including me, and these chances and trying to make everybody get along has been going on for a long time. You know what I mean? And you just get to a certain point where you've had enough. And
but you just said Armando was able to keep the people together.
Armando was in my opinion, this is my opinion, he's got that element of I'm trying to use the right word. He's the guy you want to be your disc jockey for your party. Okay. He's the guy that knows. Now you'll get a lot of opposition views on this going. They'll say, "Oh, he supported all the wrong things and he did that." Well, it was funny that everybody kept going there. You know what I'm saying? In other words, he tried to always give people chances, especially LeSurge. There were some days where I didn't even want to be on the panel because he was being allowed to be on the panel. See, all these things have already been tried over. See, Goran, here's what'll happen. Okay. You'll say, okay, I'm going to invite LeSurge. I want y'all to start talking. Everything will go good for about 30 minutes. Okay. And then as soon as anyone, in other words, if I just agree with everything he says, I'll never have a problem with the guy. If I go, you're right, LeSurge, you're right.
Okay,
LeSurge, I'm so thankful to meet you. You're just, oh God, you're right about everything. That's then who
buddy,
am
I just hope you don't mind what I am doing, because you will notice what I am doing. I can guess you will not like it. You will not like it, because, for example, my next plan is I want to bring Jose de Mel and LeSurge to stop insulting each other. This is my next plan. I'm sure you don't like this.
You're not going to be able to do that, but you go ahead and give it your best shot.
I'm sure you will not like it, and I don't want you to ever
no, I don't care.
Come to the idea to stop this, what you're doing.
Whoa, let me correct you right now. What's between LeSurge and DeMello has nothing to do with me. Nothing whatsoever. That is their situation, not mine. I have my own situation with DeMello and D-Beck, but they have their own situations with these other people too. It has nothing to do with me.
I just care for you, buddy. I don't want you to lose. No, I'm telling you how it is. I'm this kind of. I don't want you to lose faith and to lose. You know what I mean? To lose the thing what you're doing, because this would be a great mistake.
Yeah, let me. I'll go ahead. I mean, since the platform is here for this, I'll go ahead and tell you who I am in the categories of our opposing views between you and me. I've been around gays all my life. I've been around transvestites. I've been around them all my entire life. And when I say my entire life, I mean on a daily basis. Okay? I don't try to change people. They are who they are. And as long as they respect who I am, I've never had a problem with anybody on earth. Okay. Now that had been said.
But I have to tell you something, or to everybody who is listening. Please don't put me in the category gay. No, why? I'm absolutely different than the usual gays. When I am in the gay community, I am an outsider. I don't fit there.
Well,
So please don't think.
I'm not trying to label you, but what I'm trying to tell you is, in my Americana way, is that people can be who they want to be around me. And if you knew my real life, you would completely understand that I'm not lying about that. That is who I am. And I support, I actually support their beliefs and who they want to be. I try to help them achieve their goals for the way they see life. And I try to be supportive. I don't try to change people. That's not my forte. I believe that
everybody is.
If somebody comes to me and asks me my advice or my opinion about something, I will give them what they may consider my biased opinion, but I will tell them the way I see things for me. That's only for me. But you see, Goran, when you talk about these other people, it's not really about that. Just so you know, all right. If you're trying to be the I don't know what word I'm looking for. Me and D-Back got along fine for ages. Okay. And he came up here and he attacked me and my Crystal. And it's kind of been an ongoing thing since Mando quit streaming. They always want to blame the stream owner. I'm sure you're aware of this. I'm sure people are telling you what a shitty channel you have.
Yes.
The way that you need to run your stream, they're blaming you for allowing things to happen. And where you're just trying to kind of be there, you know what I'm saying? But so when these personal characterizational attacks come to me, I have I'm old enough now to know that I don't take that well.
Have you had this when Armando was doing his channel? Of course, you haven't had this kind of attacks.
We would usually argue amongst ourselves and straighten out our own problems. And if it got too bad, a lot of times he would key in. You know what I mean? And say what he was and what. But then that's what I'm saying, Goran. I mean, if I was running the stream and the stuff that I've seen LaSurge do, for example, he would have never came back a long time ago. But Mando would always let him back, always let him back. Everybody, he'd always give everybody another chance. And he spent countless weeks and months talking to these people. I don't have the patience for that. You know what I'm saying? In other words, I don't want to be a teacher. Okay. But Mando had that golden element where he knew how to make people get on subjects to cajole with one another and remove the heat off the situation. Sometimes it was coming in and nailing you to the wall. You know what I mean? To get you to think. But he had that golden element. I'll put it to you this way: if I owned a company, I'd want him to be my CEO. In that in that way,
yeah, like making
to bring my company together
like
instead of
and stuff,
the conflicts in the company. I would have him in that position, because he was. You only run across that every blue moon, So he had a really.
He should come back.
Well, who knows,
Okay, listen, guys. I would. I mean, if you are okay, I would like to listen to Buddy and Donnie. Maybe they have some topic to talk about. I would like you guys to get to know each other.
All right, that's fine. What subject are you talking about?
Well, this is hard to tell because I am thinking that you agree to everything. That's why,
Well, I mean, I'm always open, to talk about whatever,
let's talk about what's good about Trump.
Well, well, I mean, you know, there's the endless categories. I mean, you know,
Endless.
yeah, he's the only guy that's really fought for this nation in decades, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when you elect the president, you elect the president to be a president of that country, not the world, to protect the people in this country, not to protect India or Germany or Asia or
Yeah, but you forgot that USA is a superpower.
the USA and Russia. Russia's a superpower,
Yeah,
right?
used to be. It's still kind of.
Well, they're still a superpower, trust me.
Mm-hmm.
If you'll study back to when plutonium came along and nuclear came along, you will clearly understand they are a superpower. I'm not saying economic, I'm saying they have the capabilities for planet destruction.
Mm-hmm. Buddy, are you religious?
No.
Okay, this is the only difference between you both. Donnie is very religious.
But see, the problem.
Donnie, he doesn't believe he believes in the Bible. You know, the Bible is the word, and everything around it is built up on the Bible.
Okay, so now these words mean different things to different people, and I want to be clear about my standing on that. I know factual that there is a God. End of that story. Do I believe in man-made religions? No, I do not. Do I believe anybody that I believe that people are on an honest realm have tried to interpret the Bible through the years in their honest goodness way.
Mm-hmm.
Other people have tried to take it and turn it satanic. Uh, for
Mm-hmm.
me, for me, I investigated factual things that I could find that would tell me my answers, and I have done that. And so, therefore, there's no questions to me. I don't need to believe in religion to know that there is a God. I do not need to believe even in the Bible, even
This
though
is
that
so
is.
interesting. This is so interesting. What you are saying, this is unbelievable. You know, I really think kind of like this. What you're saying. Or keep saying. Keep talking, please.
Well, you know, religions to me are Catholic, Methodist, Presbyterian, and the list goes on and on. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
Jehovah Witness, blah blah blah. They all have their own little
Mm-hmm.
interpretation of what this Bible means. Okay, now
Mm-hmm.
I was misled with things through the years. I was misled over and over and over and over. And I'm not saying that most of those people had ill will intention or on purposely misled me, but you know, if you believe everything you hear, and I do not, a matter of fact, more so the
Mm-hmm.
other way, I believe nothing I hear and half of what I see. That's the rule I live by in my life. And
Mm-hmm.
so I endeavored to find fact of what it has established Jesus' walk on earth. I have established the facts that I need to know that God exists. And that's the end of it for me. I don't want to hear what anybody else has to say. I endeavored for myself. I found out the truth and I'm done. It's as simple as that. I don't need anybody preaching to me that he's real. However, one thing that I feel I don't do is spend the time that I need to thank him for everything he's done.
Mm-hmm.
I am guilty of that.
Buddy, we have a controversial topic that I would like to talk with. Have you? I'm not sure. Yesterday came Sean on the stream, and
Sean,
she's
you mean
yes, Sean,
okay?
the Scottish woman, I believe, and
I think she's in Wales. I think she's in Wales.
oh yes, she's in Wales, and she said some things that was not really okay regarding. I'm
John
not sure if you
Carter.
know about this.
John Carter.
About exactly, and this is a topic. I'm not sure if we should debate this in the open. What do you think? It's not good.
Wow. Okay.
It's not good.
Okay.
No, it's not good.
Well, yeah, I'll give you my opinion. I'm not sure of all the elements that happened leading up to the main situation with that. I kind of came in on the tail end of it.
But do you think if it's okay if we debate this here? Because I have really a strange feeling about this.
Well, now I would talk to Denise about that.
Mm-hmm.
I do not know whether that would be good, bad, or ugly.
Mm-hmm. Because this is the wrong platform to talk about this. But I would really like to talk. I would like to talk to John Carter in private, please, if it's possible.
Do you know how to get in touch with him?
Well, I hope Denise can tell me his email address so that we can talk in Hangouts private window. You know, because this should be talked out. It's an ugly topic, and
Well, it certainly it. I'll just say it certainly. Go ahead. It certainly took the panel's attention the other night. I'll say that.
oh, really?
Well, I mean, it was,
Okay.
you know, everybody was focused on it. I'll say it like that, you know.
And I'm asking you personally, and were you surprised about this? What are you surprised? Because I haven't been here, I haven't heard anything.
Okay. Wow. So,
Yeah, it's not easy, I know.
are you asking me how I feel about it?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Were you thinking like, oh my God, what is this now? What kind of when he said stuff, what happened? You know, what happened with you? Did you thought, oh, what is he saying?
Well, I didn't hear whatever was said to these other people. Okay, I wasn't here,
Mm-hmm.
so I don't know what was as far as anything that was said in front of me, meaning right here, right now.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know what to make of it. In other words, I didn't know one way or the other. Now, the things I'm hearing.
Mm-hmm. Or do you think girls are making austere where there is no any?
Say that one more time.
Do you think, for example, Sean was exaggerating the whole situation? Because this can also be true, you know, that you know, she's hearing something that wasn't said in the first place.
I think that since I wasn't there, I don't know what exactly. There was so much arguing on the panel that very little details were coming out because everybody was talking over one another. And so that would probably be better asked to her. I don't know exactly. Oh, you're asking me, could it be possible? Yes, and I'll tell you why. I mean, but I could say no or yes to that. In other words, we're all in different countries. And when we try to interpret things, Americans say things differently than people in Germany or Wales or England or, anywhere or, so something could have been said and misinterpreted. I'm not sure.
Yes.
I just don't know. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know.
Okay, the most important thing is that John Carter knows that I would like to talk to him. Thank you. This is, you know, we need to talk. I need to ask you some stuff. It's interesting. Donnie, do you want to say something? Please say something. Don't be shy. I hope you are not too drunk. Mr. Donnie, Mr. Baltimore, hello.
Well, I'll say, as far as what was his name, Buddy's worldview, and the religious views, I agree with him 100%, except for the fact that the Bible has never been proven wrong, and many people have tried to disprove it.
That's exactly right. I support that 100%.
And that's why I believe it. And can't
Okay.
prove it, but it's never been disproven.
That's correct. The best people on earth since the beginning of time has never been able to prove the Bible to be not real.
Okay, how old are you, Donnie?
38.
And are you married? How many children?
No children, no wife.
What is your you have a business where people are working for you?
Well, several.
Okay. Are you rich?
No. Taxes eat me alive. They just made a new tax here for land tax. You got to pay every 3 years now.
Oh. And you said you don't have guns, but other people have guns for you.
Well, if you need to make drops to the bank or payroll, stuff like that, other people take care of that part of it.
Okay. So, Donnie, I would like to suggest, you know, because, you know, sometimes I have good senses who fits to what stream. I would say you really fit to this stream, you know, and this stream you can find on Denise's channel, the same stream, you know, and sometimes it's on Crystal Cute's channel. It's the same stream, but they share channels, you know. So I would suggest to you, you know, keep streams, you know, in mind because they are really good, you know. I would say, you know, you would agree with most of the stuff what is happening here on those streams. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, let's organize some more people to come on the channel because I saw some have left for some reason. T-Salts probably wanted to say 10 minutes long about her fingernail
Wow.
color.
I did. Wow. I didn't. I hope we didn't take her platform where she wanted to talk about some things.
Yes, but her topics were boring to men.
Well,
Of course, they want to talk about fingernail colors. That's boring.
Well, I try to respect what people are, you know, you know what I'm saying? Whatever is important to them is important to them. You know, it may not be important to me, but if it's important to them, I mean, I like listening. Ronan's probably got quite a few things he wants. As far as John Carter and all of that stuff, Ronan might even know more than me about it. I'm not sure. I know that he's been concerned about it.
Oh, really? That's interesting. But, as I've said, I'm not sure if we should talk about this or in public. It's not good.
Okay. All right.
It's not good because okay, Donnie, I see. Yes, it's not really good. I mean, you know, maybe you guys have another opinion. Maybe Ronin thinks we should talk about it in public. I don't
Well,
know.
yeah.
I'm just saying.
We don't have to get personal with it. I just said he could elaborate on it, maybe. You know, I don't know.
Yeah, but you know, for example, I told Sean yesterday not to say the name. Don't say the name. We just talk about one person on this planet. We don't say any names. but because it's not good when you talk about this, because this is really offensive, and it's criminal. It's criminal. So maybe we shouldn't talk about this. This is my opinion. If Ronin thinks we can still talk about it because it's this important, then of course we can do it. But don't say any names. It's really good if we don't tell names. It's not good. It's criminal if we say names. This is criminal. Because as long as nothing is proven, you can't say those things. It's criminal. Yes. Ronin is already on the panel, Denise. Ronan, wake up, please. Can you tell me?
You didn't finish your question, and I was listening, so I don't understand what
Uh,
the question was. No, I was listening to what you were talking about just now,
could
but
you follow?
I joined to talk to you about Saudi Arabia, and that's the only reason I joined. And if you want to gossip, okay, just say so. We're going to gossip now. Is that what you want to do? I
No.
didn't come here to gossip. I was most interested in studying about Saudi Arabia. They have their gossip problems. I've abandoned speaking to many of them. So, like, I just, I'll listen to you all because if I go to another stream, it's the same, thing, gossip. I don't care where I've gone. It's all goes to gossip. And I want to study a particular topic, Saudi Arabia right now. But if you want to gossip about that, sure, I'll gossip with you. I'll tell you what I think if you want to know. But so long as we understand that we are gossiping, and I did not come here for that.
You're completely right. I also don't want to gossip. You are right. Of course,
Wait,
gossiping is
excuse me a
fun.
moment. I got to finish this one post to Denise, or maybe if you can hear me. Yes, Denise, you will not be able to hear a YouTube video because of the bandwidth this Hangout takes up. You'd have to drop out of the Hangout completely to regain enough bandwidth to hear the YouTube video. Okay, my apologies. Go ahead.
Well, what? I'm going to mute myself for a minute. If you guys don't talk, then I will continue with my study in the open. Otherwise, if you would like to debate something, please start, and then we can join in. But if nothing happens, I'm telling you, if nothing happens in 1-2 minutes, then we are continuing our study about Saudi Arabia. Thank you.
Oh no, then like I said, if you want to ask about something, go ahead. But like I said, the only reason I joined was to talk about Saudi Arabia. I don't mind listening to y'all. That's like I said before, that doesn't matter where I go, it's the same thing. Gossip.
Can can you explain me, Ronin? What is Wahhabism? What is this?
Wahhabi?
What is this?
Is that what you're asking? What is Wahhabi?
Yes.
Oh, okay. No, I looked that up. I looked at it. Let me look it up, and I'll give you like the
Okay, thank you.
statement because that's how I found out about them. And like I said, I know little history, but I found it out when I was researching 9/11. I traced it back like to its origins and the combinations. Like I said, the Bush administration, knew about it, blah blah. The whole story is there. And like I said, that's the only like real history I know. And like today, what you shared was most interesting. I'd never studied that. So, excuse me, I can't multitask. I gotta type or talk.
Type, please. If I'm allowed to, if you guys don't mind, I would like to read.
Okay. My apologies. Wahhabism is in reference to the followers of Muhammad bin Abdel Wahhab, who was the innovator that came around 250 years ago in what is known now as Saudi Arabia. In short, he invented a new creed and called it Islam. It He called his followers Muslims, and everybody other than them not Muslims. But like I said, there's history because when he came into power, yes, before that, right, all of that area region was incredibly educated. They came up with, I think it was algebra. I think it was came up with, I think it was they came up with algebra. Don't quote me. Like I said, it was some time ago when I studied it, but they came up and they had like the first museum. It was wonderful culture, incredible innovation. And then Mr. Muhammad bin Abdul Wahab came in, and he's like a very fundamentalist. He's a fundamentalist,
Mhm.
right? And then that's when the culture really started to have problems, wars and stuff, because he wanted to promote, Islam, right? He's trying to, force it onto others. That's where a lot of the conflict started. So that's if you want to talk about Wahhabism, well, basically that's all I needed to know. Okay, I don't know. I need to know. I don't need to know about his wife or his tribe or anything like that. I could if I was studying that, but basically that's where Wahhabism came from. Yes.
So Wahhabism is the name comes from a man. He is called just a second, please. His name was Muhammad ibn Abd al-Wahhab.
Al-Wahhab, yes.
Yes, he was a
That's what,
guy
yes,
who,
that's what I just read to you. Yes.
yeah,
Yes. No. No.
that's this is oh yeah, and this is a guy who wanted to bring the Islam in its purest form, which is very, very. For example, here it says ultra conservative, austere, fundamentalist, puritanical, etc., etc., etc. And this person wanted to bring the faith Islam into the purest form, and this is a movement within the Sunni Muslims. So those people who are following Wahhabism think they are the purest form of Allah's will, and they do it the right way. Everybody else is uh, is um, is not a real Muslim. Let's say it like this. Yes, this sounds to me like I don't know. Elite Muslims. It's strange. This is here.
I do.
It's
I don't know if you like architecture, but I do admire the architecture. But of the buildings, how
mhm.
they design things. Well, I get it. I used to study it and understand it, but it is like nice architecture.
Yes, of course, of course, of course. I mean, of course, they have culture, they have things to offer, etc., etc., etc. But the thing is that we have Christianity and both religions, inclusive, of course, Judaism. Those three monotheistic cultures are clashing together. We in the world we have many, many religions, but only those three religions, which is monotheistic religions like Islam, Christianity, and Judaism. Only those religions, I would say, are causing problems because they are the only religions who are saying we are the right one, everybody else is wrong.
Oh yes, that's common to all three Abrahamic religions. Basically, what they're saying, the religion is saying, "Join us or die." That's all they're
Hmm.
saying, and
Exactly.
that's antiquated. I mean, that's really old. That's an old way of thinking, and that's why it's like for me, I don't believe in religion or God or anything like that, and it's like I believe a person has the right. I support their right to believe in a God. I really do. I have no problems with that. But their words and actions in the name of their God is what I have issue with. In other words, religion, not faith. Faith, it's an emotion, but I don't have a problem with that. I have no right to tell a person how to think, feel, or act based on what they're told. I mean, I believe in autonomy, but like I said, the organization, not the mind, faith, the organization, the real thing, concrete, extant, it exists. The behavior,
Mhm.
words and behavior of those religions, Abrahamic religion, I disagree with. I abandoned it when I was 13 years of age. And so it's like, okay, I mean, they have their right because, I mean, they do have a point in history. Yes, they exist. And traditions are hard to change. And because they have their traditions, obviously they make their money, they're secure, they have power. And I understand why that happens. But like I said, I disagree with their mission statement, to tell everyone, join us or die.
Mhm. I just scrolled down because I wanted to see some pictures on the Wahhabism Wikipedia entry, and of course, since I saw the term sex, I'm already interested. Let me read this little thing. Senior Wahhabi leaders in Saudi Arabia have determined that Islam forbids the traveling or working outside the home by a woman without the husband's permission which may be revoked at any time on the grounds that the different psychological structures and biological functions of the two sexes mean that each is assigned a distinctive role to play in the family. Therefore, Wahhabism also forbids the driving of motor vehicles by women. Sexual intercourse out of wedlock. Sorry, just a second. Sexual intercourse out of wedlock may be punished by beheading, although sex out of wedlock is permissible with a slave woman. How very interesting. Or was before slavery banned in Saudi Arabia in 1962, which of course they still have slaves.
Oh no, America did the same thing. Slave owners would rape the underage slave girls, so it was all right. You know, Christianity, just put it this way: each one of those religions expresses the same thing in their own words. It's just a different combination. Where in Islam you can beat your wife, and in Christianity you beat the child. What's the difference? No difference, but the victim, a woman or a child. That's it. It's still punishment by physical battery. So, like I said, it's all the same thing to me. If they all act the same, they just say it in different words or ideas. Their own wisdom.
But I think they can all. You know what I once read in Islam? Children in Islam are not seen as humans. They are possessions.
Yes, that's true. That's true.
So when you possess children, you can do anything with your possession.
Yes,
You
that's
can.
true.
Yeah, I believe also, let's go in the complete extreme. You can also kill them because they are your possession.
Right. Yeah. Same thing comes in the Bible. So I don't, like I said, it's however, whatever details, they're associated to the other two Abrahamic religions, no matter which one you pick to start with. It goes that way. How do you treat your slaves? How long you can own them? The Jewish. If it's a fellow Jew, it's 7 years. If it's a non-Jew, forever. You know,
Mhm.
and they, for example, a lot of these people, ignorant ones, they say Muhammad married a 9-year-old, and they don't study the history. And look, life expectancy was very short. Communications were intertribal. It was a power thing, and because life expectancy was short, they blame oh, he's a pedophile, and then I looked it up, right? And then the Jews, the rabbis, before the Bible, they wrote that you can have sex with a girl that's 3 years of age and 1 day. Okay, and then the
Mhm.
Christians here in America, in 1880, Delaware, the state of Delaware here in America, right? The law says a girl can be married at the age of 7. and they call Muhammad a pedophile. No, it's all the same thing. You know, it's
I
all
know,
the
I
same thing.
know.
You
This
know,
is really interesting.
like I said, that's like I said, that's where I disagree with the idea of religion. It's like, oh, okay, it's antiquated to me. I mean, I understand why they established it early on because tribal warfare, right? You win the battles, you own the people, well, the women and the children, female children, right? And you own them. I understand that in history. Yes, I understand why and how that happened, but I just don't like the idea of it being brought forward because we are so-called modern society. We're not modern at all. We're very young as a species. But the point being, right, that it's being brought forward and still promoted, right? They might not be doing it as openly as they used to do it, but they do it. So it's like, here we go. It's a problem. It's a problem. It's antiquated habits in cultures. So, like I say, I understand why they would want to continue, but I'm just saying I don't want to be part of that.
Do you believe, Ronin, that Islam will be at one point secular, be able to lead secular societies, or because at one point they need to become secular, otherwise how will they be able to conquer the planet if they want to conquer the planet?
Oh, there's a video called Three Things About Islam, right? The fundamental tenets of Islam. Yes. And part of all of that is to try to spread Islam, right? And they have the word taqiyya, T A
Yes,
Q I Y Y A. Yes, taqiyya.
which means lying. Yes.
Yes. The Christians do the same thing. I'm not going to be a clown about it. Christians do the same thing in their own way, except they're more overt about it. They tell you openly, right? Where Muslims are.
I think this is not right, Ronin. I believe the Muslims are the greater liars as Christians. I believe as long as you are not a Muslim, you will never understand their culture. They are not open. They are not open. They don't give out informations. You will only get those informations if you convert to Islam. Then you will be recognized as let's say, as a full member of humanity. But before you haven't converted, if you are not a Muslim, you will be lied, you will be tricked, you will be anything, because you are not a full member of the humanity, which means you are a Muslim, and you are devoted to God.
Oh yes, but it's I don't know. Like, I understand what you're saying, yes, but is it? Well, I understand that what you're saying comes from a particular region and resource. For example, Indonesia, right? Women are elected more into office than men in Indonesia, and it's mostly Muslim. Yes,
Mhm.
but if we're talking about Saudi Arabia, because obviously that's what we're studying, well, women cannot hold office. They can't drive a vehicle. They are basically, again, property. So it's like I understand that it's like the range, the spectrum within a religion, right? From the extremist to the very passive, and then you obviously you have your moderates, but it happens in any one of those ideas, groups, culture. It just happens in every group. We can basically look at it and say, oh, okay, someone's going to be extreme, moderate, and is just very, 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 very passive. They live a good life, right, with the faith, whatever faith they have, right? But the problem is all the time it starts with the radical sect. Oh, and well, since we're talking about Saudi Arabia, yes, well, we're talking about the Wahhabi, right? So yeah, I can see it, but that's what they want to do, and that, like I said, their traditions, and I just disagree with it. So I just won't contribute by joining the group. I'm not trying to hurt them because I know they're trying to hurt me.
I would like to welcome. I see a Buddy has left the group. Why don't you say anything, Ronin? Buddy, thank you for dropping in and saying all this interesting stuff. Welcome, Yesenia. Welcome, girl. How are you? Yesenia, do you know anything about Saudi Arabia? This could be interesting if you can add some information. If you have something, something.
Excuse me, Planet Goran. She may her connection sometimes needs a little time. I think her and her husband one device works better than the other, so she may be having problem with her connection currently. It's not that she's ignoring it
Oh,
because she's had
thank you.
this problem before. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
No, have you all met? Yes or no?
Thank you very much for the information.
Well, I hope she interrupts us. Okay, we're going to Yemen. Oh, okay, we're going back. Okay, go ahead.
Listen, we have read the introduction. We have read also the etymology. You told me what it means. Just let me think again. Etymology is oh my God, I'm stupid. Etymology is to describe where a name comes from, right? No, I forgot. Sorry. Good.
Yes, you're right. The origins of a word or an idea, etymology.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you're right. Go ahead, please.
History. We are reading now history about Saudi Arabia. There is evidence that human habitation in the Arabian Peninsula dates back to about 105,000 years ago. It is now believed that the first modern humans to spread east across Asia left Africa about 75,000 years ago across the Bab el-Mandeb connection of Africa and Arabia, which is this way. See, Africa and here Saudi Arabia, and this there they crossed the sea. Probably with boats or something, 75,000 years ago. Before the foundation of Saudi Arabia, in ancient times in Arabia Peninsula served as a corridor for trade and exhibited several civilizations. The history before the foundation of Saudi Arabia divided into two phases, pre-Islam and after Islam. Pre-Islamic Arabia. Religions of people of the Arabian Peninsula before Islam consisted of indigenous polytheistic beliefs: Arabian Christianity, Nestorian Christianity, Judaism, and Zoroastrianism. Oh my God. Al-Majjar civilization. Al-Majjar is prehistoric civilization that was founded in the center of the Arabian Peninsula, particularly in Najd. Al-Majjar is where the first domestication of animals occurred, particularly the horse during the Neolithic period. That's interesting. So that's why they still have, very good horses come out of Saudi Arabia. They are also, I believe they are.
That's
Yeah.
very interesting. Please continue.
I believe also they are leading in the horse races worldwide because they have the money, they buy the best horses. It's also a status symbol in Arabia. Really interesting, yes. Then after the Al-Majjar civilization came the Dilmun civilization. Dilmun is one of the ancient civilizations in the Middle East and in the Arabian Peninsula. It was a major trading center and at the height of its power controlled the Persian Gulf trading routes. The Dilmun encompassed the east large side of the Arabian Peninsula, particularly in the eastern province of Saudi Arabia. One of the earliest inscriptions naming Dilmun is that of King Ur Nanshe of Lagash, 2300 before Christ, discovered in a door socket the ships of demon brought him wood as tribute from foreign lands. Wow, 2300 years. Then I'm going to show Jubal Church is the 4th century church building in Jubal, Eastern Province, discovered in 1986. It already belonged to the Church of the East, an ancient Nestorian branch of Eastern Christianity in the Middle East. It is one of the oldest churches in the world. Look at this. This is one of the oldest churches in the world. Discovered 1986. Wow. Crazy. I wonder if Jesus Christ saw this church. Oh no, he was against the church and they made trouble. Yes, I remember. Then comes the Talmud civilization. Talmud is the name of an ancient civilization in the Hejaz, known from the 1st millennium BC to near the time of Muhammad. More than 9,000 Talmudic inscriptions were recorded in southwest Saudi Arabia. Okay. Nabatean kingdom. Let me check. We can continue this article from time. When we have time. Let me check if somebody in the tax chat have something interesting to add to this very topic. For example, I don't know, Bright Star, you are a Muslim. Maybe you know something interesting about Saudi Arabia. If you know something, whatever it is, all of you guys, if you know something about Saudi Arabia, please join us, because it's really interesting to hear the information that you have about this country, because we are studying now Saudi Arabia. We want to know what they are doing. We want to know everything. We want to know the history of Saudi Arabia, how it came into being, who is ruling the country, what goods the country have, do they produce anything, the laws, the religion, and also, everything else. And for example, then comes the interesting stuff, like who are they financing and why are they doing it, etc., etc., etc. This is really, really very interesting. Welcome, Rupert. I see you are in chat. Welcome. Rupert, can you join us, please? Please join us. I'm sure you can add something. Maybe, I'm sure you know something about Saudi Arabia that you can add. Please join us. I'll be back in 1 minute. I need a coffee, people. Yesenia, say something if your connection is better. Say something. I'll be right back.
Hello, hello. Ronan? Hello.
Hello, Yesenia. How are you?
What's up, planet?
Wow, here it's morning. It's 7:30 in the morning. I was just about to make another cup of coffee. How are you?
Pretty good. Pretty good. Thank you.
Cool. What time is it at yours? Evening?
Yes, it's evening. The
Oh,
late
yeah.
evening.
This is crazy, isn't it? I have morning, you have evening. Crazy. So, we wanted to talk about Saudi Arabia. I don't know if you are interested. We don't need to talk about Saudi Arabia, but as you know, when nobody's doing nothing, then we are going to study Saudi Arabia.
Oh, that's great. Continue.
Continue.
Yeah. Do you know anything about Saudi Arabia?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know a
I
few
know a few
things.
things.
It looks like you
It
got a
looks
little
like you got
teaching
a
going
little
on. So
thing
go
going
ahead
on.
and
So
continue.
go ahead and continue.
Yeah, you know, we are going to because you have to start at some point. We are going to start with the Wikipedia entry, and then we hope that while we are reading all the informations, somebody drops in and can add any information that he has.
On Saudi Arabia.
Yes, everything, everything, historical information, current information, religious information,
Aren't they
anything,
Muslims over there?
huh?
Aren't they Muslims?
Also, of course, I believe in Saudi Arabia are Wahhabis, I would say. Wahhabi Islam. They are Wahhabi Islam. They are part here. What I know is Wahhabis is a part in Sunni Islam, and they are really very fundamental. Very, they try. Let's say they want to bring the real Islam, the purest form of Islam, and this is, I think, in Saudi Arabia, Wahhabi Islam.
It's nice to hear. It's nice to hear that there's other Muslims, standing up to these radical Muslims, because that's what needs to happen.
Hmm? But do you know I mean, I would say it like this. I don't know if it's true. Correct if I'm wrong, but I would say, from this with Wahhabism in Sunni Islam, this is what causes all the problems, because they are so fundamental that they're not. You can't fit them into any other society, because it's not possible from the way they think. It's not possible to get along with them, because they want you to convert, or otherwise they can't do nothing with you. You have to convert to Islam. You have to follow Islam, and this is
I
compatible
mean, isn't there
to
like actual verses in the Quran that talk about that? I mean, there's some stuff in the Quran
There's
you
some
can't
stuff in the
really
Quran that you
misinterpret it. You know what I'm saying?
know.
Well, the problem with Islam is that they also have those hadiths books, which were written, I believe, 200, 300 years later, after the Quran was written. And I believe the Wahhabis are followers of the hadiths.
I guess to
I
me,
guess to
it's
me,
like,
it's like,
we're all
we're all
reading the
reading
same
the same
book and it's
book,
saying,
but it's saying,
kill the infidels. I mean, what do you think our
I
Muslims
mean,
are going to do?
what do you
They're
think
going to
I'm
go
going to
after
do?
the
They're going to go after right?
Yeah. Yesina, can you give me 1 minute? I'll be right back. I really want to have a coffee, and then I will come back, and then I put some headphones on. Maybe Ronan has a question or something. Until then, give me 1 minute. I'll be right back, please.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Okay, I'm back. Just a second. I need my headphones also. It looks like we will have a wonderful day today. It looks really sunny, which I don't necessarily like because yesterday it was too hot. It was crazy. When you moved for 1 minute, you were sweating like crazy. And it looks like as if we will have another hot day. I'm not sure if I like this. Of course, it's better as winter, but still. Okay, Yesenia, I'm back. So I would like to ask you, what do you know about Saudi Arabia? Tell me, please.
That's about it, that they're Muslims.
That's all. That's all.
Yeah, I gotta, we got problems over here in the United States. I don't really care about other countries right now.
Yeah, I see. I see. Okay. Do you know, I thought to myself, let's study Saudi Arabia because I think, of course, you will never get to know Saudi Arabia as good as they themselves or any, professors who are studying those countries for years and years and years, But at least, to get a little bit informed, that maybe some world issues can be also seen in a different light. For example, I believe as more information you can gain and collect from this country, then you will understand other world issues like who is financing. For example, the interesting stuff. Who is financing all those little terrorist groups worldwide? You know what I mean? Because Saudi Arabia is a very rich country, and what I know, for example, what I know now, without studying it, um, um, the Middle East, the Arabs in the Middle East, they don't have a very good, they don't think good on Saudi Arabia because they say Saudi Arabia is somebody who is making business with anybody. For example, did you know that Saudi Arabia is supporting Israel? Did you know this? See? Yes, they do. They do. They do. Saudi Arabia is supporting Israel, also Egypt.
They're supporting Israel.
Yes, yes. Yes. Do you know who told me this? Ashkenazi Jew told me. Yes, Saudi Arabia is supporting Israel. I was completely surprised. I thought they were enemies number one, you know. But what I wanted to tell you is, um,
When somebody
I'm
just
so.
told you this, right?
Um, wait, I will now use a term which is not really okay. Listen, Saudi Arabia is something like a prostitute, yeah, which means what I want to say with this is they make business with anybody. They don't care who you are or who you are not. They do business with anybody where there is money, you know. So you see, they are with Israel. Because Israel has nukes. They have good military. So of course they are friends with them. Everybody who has power is friends with Saudi Arabia and vice versa, of course too. Because you have seen that your president, his first foreign visit was in Saudi Arabia. Money goes to money.
Yeah. That's funny.
Yesenia, tell me something different. Out of Saudi Arabia, you are a Christian again. I'm asking again because I forgot in the meantime. You're a Christian.
No, I'm not
Are
a
you,
Christian. I mean, I
what
believe
I
in Messiah, but I'm not I don't practice Christianity.
what do you practice? Because I know that you are religious.
I'm not really religious. Um, I don't really go to church. Uh, I read the Bible on my own.
Mm-hmm,
I have a Hebrew Bible.
mm-hmm.
Yeah. What do you believe in?
Oh, this is really complicated. We had a buddy earlier
It's
here,
weird
and
how people make that question really complicated when it's really not. But go ahead.
we had Buddy earlier here on the panel, and what he said, it was amazing because this is kind of what I also believe in. What were I'm brought up in a Christian society, so obviously I am influenced by Christianity. Um, I am. My family is Orthodox, Christian Orthodox. In what do I believe? I believe, I would call myself a seeker, you know. I believe in God, but I don't believe in anything what a human says. I can't imagine, for example, how can a human be able to say anything about God? I don't understand this. I don't understand this. Um, I believe there is a God, and I believe we humans don't know anything about him. You know, for example, I don't believe it. This is crazy because for example, the Orthodox people, they don't believe. The Pope is not their Pope. They don't believe in popes. But what I would like to add is, I respect the current Pope. I like him. He's a good man because he thinks for the people, the poor, for the people. This is for me very, very important because I believe, that if there was a Jesus, he was for the weak. He was for the weak. He supported the weak, the sick, the etc. 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 So I like this kind of thinking. Also, when somebody is, for example, attacking you, don't attack him back. This is kind of a way I love to live my life. I would like to follow my life like this. But I really don't believe in churches, in books, in anything what human says, because this is my dog. Sorry, she's doing this constantly. Peppa, she's doing this since she was a little baby. I'm serious. Do you hear
I have
her?
a Chihuahua that does that.
She's doing this since she was kind of like she fitted in my hand. She's doing this kind of stuff. Everybody, when she's doing this, everybody is looking kind of like what is going on. But I know that that's her thing. I don't know what she's doing. Uh, okay, so this is the way how I think. So I do believe in God. I do believe in a creator, but I don't think that a man knows about God. And I don't think that we all of us, how can we know anything of him? It's to
So do
be.
you believe that Yeshua was Messiah? Do you believe that he came for your sins?
As I've said, I believe in Jesus. I like Jesus. I like what he the effect he has on us. I like this, but I'm an Orthodox, which means to me the Old Testament is for the Orthodox people. Let's say for the Orthodox people, the Old Testament is the Bible. And when
I don't get how people
the
do that.
Jesus
I don't get
came.
how people say like, "Oh, I'm just gonna take half of the Bible because that's for the Jews." That's I don't understand that.
Yes.
I mean, Yeshua was a Jew. Come on now.
No, I mean I can explain it to you, but people who say, for example, Jesus is God, they will not understand. They will not understand because when
Well, people that
you
don't understand the beginning, don't understand the Bible at all.
You know, for me, as I have told you how I personally think, you know, but for the Orthodox people, the Old Testament is the Bible, and anything that came after Jesus is nice, but Jesus is not God. You know, he's not God. He's sent by God to make us see what is going on in a practical way of things, but don't. For example, to me, it's a sin to say. To me, it's really a sin. You know, it's blasphemy when you say Jesus is God. This is a no-go.
Okay, excuse me.
Yeah, I think it's because you don't
my
understand the
apologies.
beginning
My
and the
apologies.
end.
My apologies. Someone in the chat stream is saying they cannot hear yes, Nia. My apologies.
Oh, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you pretty good. Yes, and yeah, and I cut your volume up. You're a lot better than you were in the beginning.
Oh, okay. Hello, buddy.
Hey,
How are you?
I'm doing good. Anyway,
Awesome. I haven't seen Crystal around today.
no, we've been real busy with all kinds of stuff. I had a bunch of family members stop by today, and kids, grandkids, da 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 da, and all that stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Grandkids.
Oh well, I mean,
You said you were 29.
well, yeah, I am. I'm 29. Don't ever forget that either. But
I
you know,
will keep it.
yeah, always remember that number 29. It's almost as important as the number 69.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, yeah, just family stuff today. That's why I hadn't been around. And actually, she's asleep. So, but yeah, I cut your volume up, and I hear you better now.
Awesome.
That's
Okay.
pretty. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, he also said, Bright also said he can hear you better. Yes.
Oh, awesome. Okay.
Cool. So where were we? You said you said when I
Well,
said
when I was saying without knowing the beginning, you wouldn't know who Yeshua is to begin with.
what do
So
you
how do you
understand
even
with
know?
beginning? Yeah. What do you understand with beginning? Do you mean the Old Testament?
Yeah, I mean the Old Testament holds everything. The Old Testament has the end in it.
Mm-hmm.
You don't understand the beginning, you're not going to understand the end. It's pretty simple.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is really interesting. For example, you know, I recognized a couple of times that some people, you know, throughout, you know, at some point, somebody's always saying, well, you know, you must be a Jew. You must be a Jew. You must be a Jew. Just like, you know, for example, Bright Star, you must be a Jew. You must be a Jew. Well, you know, I have explained. I have explained it. You know, for the Orthodox people, is the Old Testament the Bible, and everything that came after Jesus is an adding. Is an adding. But you know, the Old Testament is God, and the New Testament is Jesus' life and Jesus' life and influence that he had on the people.
Actually, when you read the beginning, it's actually a genealogy, and it's actually the law and how to live.
Mm-hmm.
The New Testament is actually it's it's commentary. It's like extra teaching on the Old Testament.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is.
Mm-hmm.
That's why you can't have the end without the beginning.
I see. Yes. Yeah. So, have you ever read the Torah?
Oh yeah.
People say the Old Testament and the Torah are quite similar. Is this true?
You mean the oral Torah, like the Jewish Torah?
Yes.
Oh, I don't know. I don't read the oral Torah. I just read what's in the Bible.
Mm-hmm. Well, I have heard lots of times that people say the Old Testament in the Bible is the same as the Torah.
No, I think the oral Torah has a lot added to it, and actually Paul talks about it a lot too.
Mm-hmm. But are you aware that we have verses and scriptures which should be in the Bible, but they are still, for example, in the Vatican, they don't want to release it, those scriptures, and also Orthodox Church has also stuff hidden. They haven't put it in the Bible. There are many scriptures and verses who are not put in the Bible for some reason, because at first the Bible was only for priests in the beginning, and then came Martin Luther, who said, no, we should make the Bible for everybody to be able to read. The Bible should be for everybody. Let's print the Bible. Let's translate the Bible. And so in this process, many things were not printed or added out or whatever. This should be also in focus. It's not everything. It's not.
There are books missing. I understand that, but if you read the Bible, it all connects to each other, even with the missing books. I mean, we have the whole beginning. We have found the Dead Sea Scrolls, and they have compared the new Bible or the new translation to that. And yeah, there's differences, but what do you expect when you're translating, from to a different language? There's going to be some differences.
Yeah, that's true. And we have many, we have many waves. Let's call it waves in Christianity, and not all of them disagree with each other. It's like with Islam also. We like to point fingers on the other religion, but we are not better. For example, the Orthodox Church is different than the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church is different than the we in Germany say the Evangelische Kirche, Evangelist Church, I believe.
What's really interesting about the Catholics is they do a lot of similar stuff to like some Muslim practices, like the beading, praying with the beading. It's kind of interesting stuff there.
Yes. But the whole world, we have Dharma religions, which is everything, in India, in all those countries, and then we have those three monotheistic religions, which all came from one thing, which is Judaism, Islam, and Christianity. Those are monotheistic religions, came out of Abraham's, from Abraham's, three religions came out, and all of them are saying, listen, we are the one and only religions, we know the truth. So we have three religions out of Abraham's teachings. And of course,
man is always going to corrupt itself. You know what I'm saying? They're always going to corrupt everything. That's just our nature. But
this is really complicated. Because when you compare those religions, you will always find similarities. This is crazy. It's really crazy. Maybe we don't know, but maybe maybe we are all three monotheistic religions. Maybe in reality, maybe we are one, but we don't know it.
Nah, I don't believe that.
You don't believe this?
No.
Yeah. My problem is always that I would like to connect things, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't believe that just because that's not what the Bible says. But, you know, that's just what I believe.
Mm-hmm. I would really love to have Bright on the panel, but he never comes on the panel when he rarely joins panels. I don't know why. Last time he was on the panel, I've heard, but I haven't heard him because I was busy. But he was on the panel, yes. Did you heard him?
I believe so. I think he was on here.
Mm-hmm. Because he's a Muslim, you know, he can add some informations, maybe.
Yeah, yeah. I don't think he'll speak to me because I'm a woman.
I also don't. I also have the impression he never comes on a panel when I'm on the panel. I don't know if it's true, but this is my impression, you know. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so you follow the teachings of Christianity. Do you say? Are you saying that Jesus is God? Do you believe Jesus
I
is?
believe that people try to put God in a box. I believe that God can do whatever he wants.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah.
Do you believe Jesus is God?
I believe is Jesus' incarnation, yeah. Theophanies.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Where do you live, Yesenia? In what part of America do you live?
I am in California.
Oh, wow. That's cool.
Yes,
So
sir.
your neighbor is honest Pakistani.
Yeah, I have a few neighbors.
Uh-huh. Yeah, lots of people, you know, I believe a couple of people are coming from California. Huh? Bright stays commenting something I don't understand. Hello, Ray. Hello, Ray. Welcome. If you're listening, hello. Okay, so you live in California. Since when? Since when are you married? Because you sound really young.
I've been married since I was 18.
Wow. And how old are you now?
I am 29.
Wow, you sound really much younger. I have to say. Do you have any? Can I ask you? I mean, if you don't need to answer. You know, how many children do you have?
I have lots.
Really, really, really.
Yeah, I actually do.
Cool. Yeah, that's
I think
great.
children are a blessing. I think that everybody should have them if you have the means.
Do you get along with Mim Henderson?
Mim?
Hmm.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Because you know, she said something similar, like you just said. You know, she would also like to have hundreds of children. But I don't think that she made any. I'm just wondering, you know, I'm just wondering at this very moment, where is she? I haven't seen her for quite a while. Where's Mim Henderson?
I think she's been around. She's been around.
Yeah, okay. I really haven't seen her for quite a while. I know her from Al Jazeera back then. You know, I used to be friendly with her, but in the meantime, I don't know. I'm just talking for myself. You know, she's sometimes too. Hmm, she can't think out of her religious box. Let's say it like this.
I
Which
think
would be
that she
really
just has
fine.
a message that she tries to put out there.
Mhm.
And it's a good message because I think everybody should hear it. Um, but yeah, I wouldn't say she's religious.
Mhm. Do you know, I asked her once what kind of a religion she's following because, you know, sometimes, you know, you can't nail her to what exactly she's following. And then she told me, and I went to Wikipedia to look up, and that was really interesting. She's, I forgot the name of this wave in Christianity, but she, I think she does not follow the Bible in itself, but somehow this is a specific group. It was completely new to me. I didn't know that this existed. It was kind of like a wave where. Hard to say. You know, there is a wave in Christianity who would like to follow Jesus, but not the church. And there,
Yeah, me and Mem see eye to eye on a lot of stuff.
yeah.
We have talked scripture with her, and yeah, she's pretty sharp.
hmm Yeah, she should come back. She should come back. Definitely.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah. Mim was pretty cool. She actually she's a lot more knowledgeable about the Bible than I am
Mhm.
because for me it's been it's kind of weird. It's like I mean, I grew up reading the Bible and stuff like that. However, I needed I needed more as time went by. So I mean, the way I feel about it is, but you know what? So I am lame in that way, meaning I know I probably should, but I don't need it to believe. Does that make sense? In other words, I don't need the Bible. Now, Mim, with her, I'll just say background and the way what she's been surrounded by, she's got a very, or the times that I heard her talk and the times that I saw her writing about it. I have not talked to her directly about it. She's young, but she's got a pretty good understanding of everything, as far as I know, in that world.
mhm, mhm. Yes, yes, yes. She's. I believe. I mean, of course, if she's following the teachings of Jesus, then of course she knows things. Especially, you know, um, uh, hmm, maybe this is wrong what I'm
I
saying,
could
but
say
let's say it like.
I could say the same thing that you said, but in a different way. Because, in other words, I've got a new thing going on to where I try to understand. In other words, if you don't speak good English, then you may not describe something right. The way I would say what you just said, she's young and she's spent a lot of time in the scripture, and hopefully she'll get even more well-rounded as her life goes on with what's here now. Now, should she ever alter from her belief? No, but
Mhm,
she's young, so it's going to be hard. So it will be hard for her to think outside that box at her age. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying
mhm,
Yeah.
she should think outside that box at all. I'm saying if she's totally in that, then no reason to go outside her box. But life kind of has a way for you to open up and listen to other things and that kind of thing. But at her age, So she's knowledgeable of her belief, and
Mhm.
but as far as going outside the box, at her age, she's gonna be more, and that's
Advanced and full-rounded, yes.
well, yeah. So that's the way I would say what you said, and it yeah. So I understand not being able to think outside the box at that age, especially if she spends a lot of time in it. She wants to be in that box with her belief and not outside the box. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Buddy, can you bring Buster on the panel? You can make.
I'm sorry, you broke up. Say it again.
Can you bring Bright Star on the panel? Do you think you can make this? He should come
Um,
on the panel.
I think Bright Star's big thing is he doesn't want to be recorded, and if it's promised to him that this is not going to be saved, he might come on the panel.
Okay.
And I think he got that promise one time before, and he did come on the panel. I don't know if he can hear me or not, but going. So there you go. I mean, he's been on the panel. I've just noticed that bothers a lot of people. Believe it or not, Goran, I've seen it a lot. They don't like the fact that when they come on the panel, that it's out there for the world to see.
Mm-hmm.
On YouTube, you know what I mean? They want it
Mm-hmm.
deleted. They don't want a record of it. And then you got people that's recording these things at their house while these panels are going on. You know, they think they're, a secret agent man. And these people know this. And so they don't, I couldn't give a shit. I mean, if I was younger, I would probably care. At where I'm at in my life right now, I really don't give a shit what anybody knows about me in one way. You know what I mean?
Are you saying there are people outside who are recording this extra?
Oh,
This
they
is
can.
terrible.
They can. Yes, exactly. And these people know this and they don't like it. And that's why you'll catch these people going on hangouts that's off air. It'll say off air. Like when your stream ends, you can still stay in the hangout, but it's off air. It's not being recorded any longer. A lot of people just don't like it. They just don't.
I
They
see.
don't. They feel like they should be in control of what is produced of them.
Mm-hmm.
So for those, I've seen Bright Star say that if he'll usually come on a panel if he's not recorded. Is that the real Uncle May or is that a clone? Hey, are you the real Uncle May or are you a clone? Because I hadn't seen your fucking ass in about 3 or 4 months. Is that the real Uncle May? I don't remember. I believe it is, or that's the last avatar that I think I remember. I wonder if that's the real Uncle May. But anyway, let's see. I don't know, Bright Star. You want to come up here on the panel? If he's got it muted right now, he's not hearing me. We may need to type it in YouTube.
I'm sorry if you have. I'm hearing my echo. Super. Who is this?
You're hearing somebody echo?
I'm hearing my echo like crazy. Now it's better. Buddy, I don't. I want to bring anybody into gossiping of stuff, but I would like to tell you I'm really curious what is going on with Grace London, because I noticed there is something. And I would also like to know what is going on with Jose Amaro. This would be because I noticed there is something. There is some
Jose Amaro and let's see now, Jose Amaro and who?
London.
Oh, Grizz London. Just heated debates, misunderstandings, and sniping. People sniping, and people take these situations into their own hands and respond to it. For example, Grizz London would bring his own account and 2 other accounts into the hangout. So when Grizz London was in the hangout, he would also keep 2 clones in the hangout with him. And
Crazy.
the reason he would do this, because in his mind, if you snipe me, I'm going to bring my clone account up here and snipe your fucking ass back.
I see.
So what happened over a long period of time, we nicknamed Grizz London, and you know, yeah, this is gossip. You know, I'm not saying anything negative.
I think I understood already. Yes, yes, yes.
In other words, and people would say, "Hey, man, you're not the internet police." Okay. In other words, don't take it upon yourself to retaliate. Let the stream owner retaliate. In other words, it started a sniping war.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody started sniping everybody all the time. See, and so I think that's his.
Crazy.
Oh, it's just like kids going. That's all it is. Now, as far as LeSurge and let's see, DeMello and a couple others, and D-Beck and all that stuff. I mean, for me, it's beyond return because it's just hardcore stuff. Okay. And so, but as far as Grizz, I think he's just upset about the way that things, a few things were handled. No big deal. Everybody likes Grizz as far as I know.
I understand because I understand because the new owner of the new channel has new rules, and this is the problem. Okay.
Right. In other words, Grizz wanted to be the internet police. In other words, and in addition, if someone else got in an argument and sniped somebody, he would take it upon himself to snipe that person. So it's just a ripple effect. It never stopped. You know. So I think that was.
I didn't know this.
Yeah,
I did know this.
Yeah, well, I think that was the only real issue with Grizz. In other words, you can't. Ever since this whole group of people have been together, nobody likes snipers. You know what I mean? And so we had to, even in Mando's stream, there were snipers along the way. Every time you let them in, they'd snipe. So you have to ban them because they'll close the stream down. You know what I mean? And if they snipe the host, which in your stream would be you, if they snipe you, the whole stream ends, see, because you're the host.
I thought the host can't be sniped.
Oh no, you can be. Well, you can set stuff up to where there is no sniping in your panel. You can select things to do that with. But long story short, under normal conditions, you are the host because that whole stream is operating off your link. So if they snipe you, the stream ends in 3 minutes.
That's interesting. I didn't know this. Okay.
Yeah. So if you get sniped in your stream, if they snipe you, the whole fucking stream ends, and you got to start another stream. I'm pretty sure you have to start another stream.
Of course, so hundreds of times.
Yeah. So because you can't get back in as the host once they snipe. Well, there is. Okay, I have figured out a way to save the stream, but it's not worth talking about. You just got to keep snipers out. That's the bottom line. And so there were endless arguments. I'm trying to answer this in full so it's not biased. So Grizz felt that when Grizz first started coming on a long time ago, people were sniping left and right. And he had to just snipe back and defend himself. But then he didn't know how to let that go later when we were trying to rid the snipers. He still wanted to take control of other people's situations on the panel and snipe for somebody else's behalf, even when it wasn't his disagreement. That was the only problem Grizz ever had, man. Me and Grizz had a lot of great talks. I don't have any immediate issues with Grizz. I mean, we've gotten mad at each other, but I mean, nothing big. That's the only thing I know that's going on with Grizz, unless there's something on his side of the fence that I'm not sure of.
Yes. somebody at my panel, I'm not doing this for a long time, but at my panel, I would say I don't have much experience, but I would say we don't have the sniping culture. Let's call it like this. We don't have this. We don't. I never noticed that anybody sniping anybody. What I'm hearing, this is crazy. Why should somebody, when you are a guest on a panel, sniping other people?
Well, they
This
get
is
triggered.
so.
They get
Yeah.
triggered. And once they get triggered, they want to retaliate. Oh, and D-Beck was the worst of all. So D-Beck would tell you, you sniped me. In other words, the problem with his, in my opinion, of his philosophy was, he may even start the argument with somebody, but then when they retaliate on him, then you're going to pay dearly for ever responding and defending yourself with this guy. Meaning, and I'll give you an example. He had a rule. You snipe me one time, I'm going to snipe you 30 times.
Oh my God.
And that's exactly what he would do. He would snipe you 30 or 15 fucking times until, and if you did anything else to him along the way, he would add 15 more to it.
Oh my God.
So see, it's just never ending, never ending, never ending. The arguments, heated debates, people getting triggered, no problem. But these people take it upon themselves to just snipe. And, it ruins the stream immediately when they do that,
I think people shouldn't snipe each other generally. There is no sniping. It's a no go.
Right. Well, okay. Now, I used to think that. I was like, whatever you do, if you snipe, you're out of here. I kind of had that attitude. And the more and more I thought about everything, there are certain situations where someone needs to be sniped. And I'll give you a classic example what LaSurge did to me. He was not even on the panel, and he came up into the panel when I was talking with someone else and immediately started attacking my wife. I don't even know why he did it. And then he wouldn't stop. So I sniped it. I sniped his fucking ass, because if you're going to make personal character attacks on people's family members, or to me, that's just going too far. In other words, there has to be a line, like extreme heated, even threats. But I will tell you that I am guilty of, in defense, when somebody attacks me, I really don't care about the police or anybody else at that point. And that's just my character and my walk of life. I really don't give a fuck if you call the police on me or not at that point. Once you attack one of my family members, that's it. It's over. I don't care about nobody else's game but mine. You know what I mean? And so I have a bad problem with people attacking, my family members. And just so you know, for, I don't know, several weeks now or whatever, that's all I see every day. Your wife is a cunt whore bitch. Fuck your wife. She fucks 9 men down on the corner. She's a cum dump. I've been putting up with that for weeks. But if somebody comes up here in this panel it's not even the subject being talked, and all of a sudden, as a matter of fact, when LaSurge did that, just to let you know, he actually asked me, he said, I can, something like, I can trigger you. And I said, okay, so you want to trigger me? Go ahead and give me what you got then, man. Go ahead and trigger me, man. And then he immediately started attacking my wife. But I didn't say anything to him, you see. So there's certain things that you need to draw. So I used to believe no sniping. And then a few situations happened to where this element right here should not be tolerated. So there does have to be rules. But in other words, now, should that be up to the stream owner to snipe? The one who's running the stream? Yeah, but I mean, you know, you got to be on it. In other words, if he said something very personal to me, it probably would not hit the stream owner the same way because the stream owner's not being attacked in that way. You know what I mean? In other words, like Denise right now running this stream, okay? If they're attacking me, she's not going to be personally offended like I am. And so that person may not get sniped. That's just an example. But for me, if you come up here doing that, you know, now if I do it to you,
but
but
listen, buddy, when somebody is getting attacked in a personal way, then I think the host is responsible for keeping this for ending this.
Well, okay, there's even problems with that philosophy, in my opinion. Now, it can be that way, but then there's a lot of other things that can happen on your stream that the host may not see things, you know. So there's all kinds of reasons for this sniping. That's the topic. You know what I mean? There's all kinds of reasons for it. I used to believe that no one should ever snipe for any reason whatsoever. It's the internet. Okay, so here's my final analogy. If you get heated to where you're going to snipe, just hit the button on your computer and leave, but don't snipe. You see what I'm saying? But then there's other situations to where you feel like, okay, wait a minute. If that person keeps doing these things over and over again, and I've made it a point that I'm not going to do it to him, but it still happens over and over and over again, then I don't feel like I should have to leave. I feel like that person should have to leave because they're the predator, they're the attacker, they're the ones doing it. And I don't think that I should have to take my time. So there's all kinds of situations, to be quite honest, Gordon, where what should the rules be? The bottom line of that is it's up to whoever's running the stream. So Denise calls the shots, and whatever she chooses to do is the way it is. You know, and there's other things that are tolerated and not tolerated. So see, it's a complex world. I'll put it to you this way. I liked it a lot better just being a member of the stream.
Yes, I can imagine, because you know, people are not fair. People are not fair in the text chat. It's not fair because everyone complains about anything, you know, and you can't make everybody happy. It's not possible, you know.
Exactly. You and I say 100% on that. In other words, it is impossible to always keep every single character in this stream happy. There's no way. Well, I have not found that I have not found that answer yet. I don't think there is an answer for that. For the most part. When you talk about running the stream 24 hours a day, to keep everybody on that stream happy 24 hours a day, it's impossible.
You need more people for 24/7 streaming. You need more people. You need more hosts, because a host can't be 24/7 awake. It's not possible. You need three hosts for 24/7 streaming.
I'll tell you something. I'll tell you where I'm at with it now. I'm talking about on a personal level. You know, back in I'll say the old days, when let's say that two brothers in your family got in a fight out in the yard. Do you stop it, or do you let them knock the fuck out of each other and then tell them how fucking dumb they are? You know what I mean?
Of course, stopping is better, of course.
Well, but if they're hard-headed, you need to let them beat the shit out of each other one time. You understand?
Well, at one time, yes.
In other words, if you've told them over and over again, stop, it comes to a point to where you find. So I'm really under that philosophy now. That's where I've matured to. Yeah, just let everybody fight until it gets down to, you know, personal attacks, and then whatever happens. But I'm saying, you know, if two people are going to continue to do that, like me and LaSurge, that's all you'll get is just constant fighting and arguing. And, you know, in real life, they should just let us beat each other's brains out.
Mm-hmm.
And that way it'll stop. You know what I mean? But
Yeah.
you see what I'm saying? So most of the time, I always just let people handle their own situations, going to be quite honest about it. And I expect them to let me do that too. If somebody attacks me, or if somebody attacks somebody else, you know. But when it comes to that deep, deep, deep personal family attack, then
Can I ask you, buddy, for example, if you would like to prevent people from attacking you personal in a personal way, you shouldn't talk about anything that is personal, because when people don't know anything about you, then they can't attack you personally.
well, let me give you an example. You've got certain people like LaSurge. They start trying to dig up personal information about your life so they can nail you with it. So when LaSurge comes in here, he starts typing, you know, like my real name and stuff, or what he believes to be my real name, even though he's incorrect. He doesn't know what he's doing. He thinks he's right, but he's not. And I just let him go ahead and believe what he believes. So he'll come in here, and that's the first thing he says when he comes in. He'll type, when, you know, it's understood most people don't want personal information being good. So he does that just to trigger me. You understand what I'm saying? So there you go. And I do the same thing to him because his real name's Nolan. So, you know, I'll type, fuck you, Nolan, you know, fuck you, Nolan. And he's so fucking dumb when he came up here on the panel for the first time. See, LaSurge never would come on the panel. He was too fucking scared. Now he comes up here and tries to be a Billy Badass, like, you know, the world is wrong and he's right and he's going to whip everybody's ass. That's the attitude he's got. And so I remember when he first came up on the panel for the first time, he was so fucking dumb he didn't even know to take his fucking real name off his avatar. You know, he didn't even know how to set up Google Hangouts to not give out his personal information. So when he started digging real deep on me one time, you know, I said, hey, Nolan, you know, because he was displaying his name, you know what I'm saying? And so when he started that. But anyway, these stories go on and on. I don't know what the right answer is. The stream owner.
My answer would be to everybody, say as less as possible about your personal life. This is this is the first thing you need to learn when you are doing things in the open, in public, because there are always crazy people. They will use the tiniest information against somebody, you know, and
right, but you
and better you say wrong things, because when they are attacking you with wrong things, then you know you can just relax and laugh about it.
Yeah, and the final thing I'll say about that is, it's easier said than done. Meaning, these people hold grudges. They won't let yesterday go. So they're always constantly building up stuff just to get you later. You know what I mean? So, you know, yeah, but they should not do the personal attack. But these people are waiting for the next opportunity to get you back. You understand? So you got ill will intention. That's my point.
Exactly. I understand. Yes. Okay. We have.
I think, you know, Gordon, the more I've thought about it, about 99.9% of all these problems is Ronan Kanushi's fault. Ronan, did you hear what I said, man? Why are you causing all these problems, Ronan? Ronan. See, he won't talk to me now because, and you got people like Ronan. See, he won't talk to me now because I told him yesterday. He said, "Can I ask you a question?" And I went, "Yeah, Ronan, but right now." And I said, "But right now, yeah, you can ask me a question, but just don't make it a bunch of bullshit." And he goes, "Okay, I'm going to ask you this question." Well, he asked me a loaded question. Okay, he was going to jake me. Oh, dude, you're not the host of this stream. and you're not the stream owner. And I just got done telling him, yeah, if you want to ask me a legitimate question. So then he turns that and he changes what I said. And he goes, okay, fine. You're telling me not to talk to you anymore? Fine. I won't talk to you anymore then. That's not what I told him. You see, then you got people like that that change what you say to mean what they want it to mean because they don't like what you're doing. You see, so how do you, hey, I tell you what, Gordon, if you ever come up with a way to keep everybody happy, I'll give you $1,000 to turn me on to it, okay?
Mm-hmm.
If you can ever keep everybody happy, you'll be doing better than me.
I don't think I can do this. Nobody can do this. Did Jesus achieve this? No.
It would take Jesus Christ to do it. And I don't, as a matter of fact, I don't even think he can do it. So, yeah.
Well, we know that he had critics, so even Jesus hasn't achieved it.
That's exactly right.
Because
nobody can do that but one
Yeah.
entity, and that's it. And so that's the way it is. And so now Ronan's not talking to me, you see, because he's mad that I said, you know, if what I said to Ronan was, and we've got witnesses right here. I said to Ronan, I said, if you're going to Jake or give me a bullshit question, then don't ask me. But he changes that after he does what I asked him not to do. In other words, I said, yes, Ronan, if you want to ask me a sincere question, then go ahead. And then he made a stab at me. So see, these people, I'm telling you, just spend a little bit more time. You'll get used to it. Right, Ronan? Talk to me, Ronan, man. Why you got to be like that? See, he won't talk now. Look at him.
he's probably reading newspapers or something.
Yeah.
Planet Goran. Are you there, Planet Goran?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to make this statement one time.
Yes, please.
Please listen. If I don't talk to someone, it's because I've decided that person is a bully and refuses to be reasonable. Now, if we're talking about Buddy W, the man said, don't talk to me. And then I decided to respect what he said. And after that, talking to a couple of other bullies, I decided it's really a waste of my time to have them go through their little tantrums and have them insult me and show me no respect and just override anything I say and then start all of these rumors, just a bunch of kids starting rumors, you know. And I decided, well, I don't want to be a part of that, like I had pointed out prior. Do you want to gossip? Right, John? Right? I'm not going to gossip. If you want to talk about Saudi Arabia, I'll chat with you. Any other topic, like we chat about religion, I'll chat with you. Got no problems with ideas. I like that.
See, right there's your answer, Doran. Right
If we're going to talk, if we're going to talk about people like gossiping, you know, I want no part of it. I'm here to, you know, share ideas and, you know, an opinion. But since these people over time have proven to me, right, that they're that weak-minded bullies, I call them bullies.
See,
right,
now
I decided to abandon talking to it. Like right now, a bully is not respecting our conversation.
Yeah, right.
That's the reason I will not talk to those bullies anymore. You hear that? You hear that? This is evidence. You want evidence? You got it right there.
People over and over again.
You hear that?
People don't like
I'm providing you evidence. I'm providing you evidence. Okay, Planet Goran? So if you want to continue, I'll listen to you.
Ronan's a fruitcake. Ronan's a fruitcake.
The evidence. Right now, you heard.
Mic out.
Do you understand, Planet Goran?
Ask Ray of Sunshine if I'm telling the truth.
Don't worry, buddy. I understand what he's doing.
Finished. Like I said, and after this, like I said, you can say anything you want. I'll chat with you. If you want to gossip, I'll ask you to not. But if you insist, then I'll stop talking to you. Simple enough.
Mic out.
Okay.
You see, and then they want to come back instead of.
He's just trying to activate you in a debate.
Right. He comes on when he wants to. I'll tell you one time, Planet Goran, And then I'm not going to gossip. I'm not going. And then he insults people and he lies. He lies and insults people and then says they're the bully. See, that's the problem. And you can get other people's opinion on that if you want to. But, Ronan can bully you and insult you, but he'll tell you that the other people are the ones that do it to him. And he's just responding to it. That's what he'll tell you. You know. See, he can't wipe yesterday. Ronan's another one that can't wipe yesterday clean. See, he has to continue to bring these things up daily. He can't let yesterday go. He's doing it again. And he just point blank lied to you about what the situation. He just lied again. So see, when you got people like that not being honest, you'll never make them get along because they're being artificial. They're not being truthful. And you can never fix anything that is artificial. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, but you guys, you are really very entertaining. Ronin and Buddy, super.
Yeah, Ronan's a very intellectually pretty smart character. He talks with when he's not pulling his shit. Then yeah, I mean I've talked to him about music with no issues whatsoever. We always have a good time. But see, if Ronan can't stop himself, I don't know why I should stop me. I mean, if you're just going to keep lying over and over and insult and insult, change the platform and the narrative of what people mean when they say something. I just don't know where you can go with that. I mean, we can go to where it's at right now. He's going to say he's not talking to those people and he's not part of the gossip. And these condescending, stupid people, the cowards, they're savages. He thinks he said all those words about, he won't just say, oh, here's my problem with Buddy W. And as long as he can apologize for that, we can move forward. He's not that character in that play. He can't do it. He can't do it. He'll continue to be who he is. Look, let me put it to you this way. That old fucker's been doing this his whole goddamn life. He's not going to change now. You can take a tiger out of the woods, but you can't take the woods out of the tiger. You know what I mean? You can't take the jungle out of a tiger. You can take the tiger out of the jungle, but you can't take that jungle out of the tiger, even though you put him in a cage. And that's what you're dealing with there. He's been doing that 60 fucking years going. He's not going to change now. That's who he is.
Yeah, but he's an interesting character, especially because he lives in Texas. I think
he's an interesting character. He wants you to respect him, but he doesn't want to show respect. That's a problem.
Maybe he does it in a different kind of way, Maybe.
I'll tell you what. Hey, check this out. So.
Well.
Yeah, Ray of Sunshine was up here when it all happened between me and Ronan. I think it was yesterday.
Yeah.
And Ronan just lied to you, Goran, just now. I mean, he just lied about what he did. And there were witnesses up here, and he'll still run with that lie. He doesn't want to fix anything. He wants to blame the other party for everything, just like he did when he was 5 years old.
He's a little child in a 70-year-old man's body.
Right. I mean, what the fuck do you do with that? You just got to cajole with him and try to get along. Well, if he doesn't want to talk to me, sayonara. You know what I mean?
Kind of hard to get along with. He's always looking for the argument. He's actually the #1 bully on this site, Goran, if you listen to what he says.
He really is in my opinion, he is the biggest bully, but yet he says everybody else bullies him. It's
right.
It's kind of a LaSurge thing, but he doesn't have it as bad as LaSurge has got it.
Wow, I agree. I never looked at it that way quite. But he is
a bully. The way he bullies too, Goran, if you just keep an eye on him, it's really kind of sick and twisted.
It is.
Well, he bullied me already also. So
See?
I would say I believe, yes.
See? Yep.
Well, that's just the I'm just telling you 100% truthful what my interpretation of Ronan Kanushi's conflict is with me, and that's my version. Now he'll have his version too, but it doesn't match up to mine. So
that's stupid man.
Exactly, he's a stupid man.
Stupid
But
man.
I like Ronan. He's cool. I like him.
I like him.
Yeah, well, once he bullies you for a while and makes up bullshit and spews lies, you kind of, see into that, that he's just here to bully. That's it.
Right, and now he's going to run with this platform, Goran, and he's going to run with his narrative. He's going to say, "I've decided not to talk to those people because they're bullies."
Yeah.
And
that's similar to what D-Beck does too. Runs away.
Well, yeah, so I don't know, Ronan. Goran. In other words, you can't change anyone. You can just try to get along with them. And when you're on subjects that get too deep,
I agree with you, but one thing you can change: when you started to insult each other and it goes more and more and more and more under the belt,
right.
This you can change. You can't change people, but you can change that people stop insulting each other in a very, very low way. This you can change.
Right. I've always.
But I agree when it already has started for a specific time or period of time, like for example, like what you have said on research and what research has said to you. This is hard to repair.
It is.
I agree.
And you got to remember this too. Okay, so the way I would say what you just said is I've always been taught to be what you want. So if I give a platform of letting yesterday go and just talking about the subject, not insulting, not doing any of this, and the other person keeps doing it, I don't know where you can go with that. And the other thing you got to remember too, this has already been going on with the characters in this play for 1.5 to 2 years. They haven't changed yet. I don't think they're going to change. And to be quite honest about it, Goran, I don't think I'll change either. You know what I'm saying? In other words, I'm just saying I can give a platform and let yesterday go. That's all I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. Ronan can't let stuff go, though. He holds grudges, like, D-Beck is the same way. Serge, he doesn't even seem like he's even home half the time. I think Serge has mental issues.
Yeah, and here's the real sick part for me, Goran. So LaSurge said what he said to me. There's witnesses up here. Even Ronan was up here. And on a good day, he'll tell you exactly what LaSurge did to me. Then I watched LaSurge go over and tell everybody on your stream that I was the one that said those hardcore things to Crystal.
Mm-hmm.
And that I am a liar.
He said something. You know what's funny about me, buddy? I don't really listen what people say. This is partly ignorance, partly I don't understand exactly what they say. But he said something like, "You said things which were not, which were a lie, and." And you told Crystal something that was a lie, or other way around. I don't even remember exactly.
That's exactly right, because I happened to stop by there and I watched him type it on the stream. That's exactly what he said. So here, I tell you what, Ronan was here. Okay, he witnessed what he did, and then he turns right. So see, on top of LaSurge's problems, he's also a habitual liar. Now, that's pretty sick when you turn around and actually say you did nothing at all. And that he's just trying to date and trigger me even more by lying about it.
I thought you were friends.
Who, me and LaSurge?
You and Ronan.
Well, Ronan calls no one friend. You had never heard him say that?
Don't have no friends. Fucking loser.
Ronan's main statement to everyone for a year and a half now is, I call no one friend. That is his.
Yes, platform. I know this. But this is playing.
Right, it is. It's a little kid game. That's right.
Mm-hmm. I think you guys are friends.
Well,
Ronan doesn't have any friends, Goran. He never has.
That's what he's saying, but it's not true.
No, that's his words, not mine.
Yes.
It's not what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm. I heard him saying this. Yes, I heard him. He said he has no friends. He blah 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 blah. I heard this. Yes.
Right.
Even his ex-wife, he didn't consider his friend. I asked him that before too. Strange.
Planet Goran.
Hmm?
And he doesn't have any animals, no pets. The guy's just like a hermit that sits around stewing on what he can say and how he can insult. He's a professional bully on YouTube. Go ahead, Ronan. Yes. Planet Goran. It's the same bullshit, different day, all bullshit. Listen to him, mic out.
Look, Ray is
Goran.
Yeah.
Yes. But please, you may be being diplomatic right now so you can get along with these gentlemen.
Feel free to insult me.
I wasn't finished. My apologies. You
Sorry.
may be diplomatic here, playing along or whatever. I have no issue with that. I do have issue though. If you say, yeah, he said, you're quoting me, and I said, I call no one friend. That does not mean that you are limited, there. You can say, Ronan Kanushi is my friend. You can say that. I support that. Okay? Now, if you want to play dumb in the future and play along with these people, I've already figured you out. But the point being, I want to see if you can remember and respect me, because I respect you. Until you try to start bullying me, I'll jape you, and then it'll get to the point where I won't talk to you either. So you have your choice. What's your pleasure? Mike out.
Told you, Goran. He's a bully. He's a bully, Goran. I told you. Goran,
we are all bullies. We are all bullies.
He's already setting up the platform to do the same thing with you now, see?
Oh my God!
When he knows he's already lied.
He just help, lied to Goran. He needs help. He's fucked up, man.
Yeah. This is the bad fucking problem I got with this fucking fruitcake. Then he fucking turns around and he makes you feel guilty like you're doing something wrong, now conspiring with me and Ray.
Right.
See, now Planet Goran is now conspiring with Buddy W and Ray.
Yeah, he did that to Dan yesterday. Cap Dan.
And if he has to correct this also, he is going to not talk to you too, Goran.
Mm-hmm.
See, what do you do with that?
He did the same thing to Cap Dan yesterday.
I am ignoring it. I'm ignoring it. I don't care what he's saying. I will keep trying to get along with everybody, and I also don't care if he's saying, for example, let's go a little bit in the future. At some point, maybe I like him, and maybe at some point I will say he's my friend. I don't care if he says we are no friends. He has no friends. I really don't care. I care what I say. And when I have the impression he's my friend and he's my friend, I don't care what he's saying. This is not interest to me. Also, Adi, what I would like to add, what we said earlier, you can't change anybody, but you can't change yourself. And this goes with all of us. We can't change anybody, but what I can change is, this is really important, Of course, we can't change anybody. Of course.
It's almost like somebody coming up to you going, holding a gun on you and say, give me your money. And after they rob you, they turn around and go tell the police you robbed them and held a gun on them. I mean, that's the tactics he's using here. I mean, you know, so if he doesn't want a clean, non-bullying platform, then he shouldn't do it.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, you have a new troll in text chat. It's a celebration on Dan, Ray, and Buddy.
Nice. Yeah, I saw that.
You're gonna have a threesome later. You can all watch it on Grindr.
Probably Ronan. He does that too.
Hey,
let me see the picture. I want to.
That's funny as shit. Right? That you can all watch it on Grindr.com.
Probably Ronan.
Oh my God, the picture.
Ronan does that. He sends in.
Hey, hold on. Let me see that pic. Hold on. I'm going to blow it up where I can see it. Ah, that's pretty good. But yeah, these clones are tripping sometimes, going, I think it's funnier than shit.
Ronan's good at the clones, though. He's got a bunch.
Oh my God.
It's interesting. Let's see. Dan, Ray, and Buddy. That is the three people that Ronan, you know, that's interesting. Ronan, man, are you doing that, Ronan? That's pretty creative, Mike. Our dog is called Ronan. Oh, yeah, you're right.
But Ronan, I mean, Goran, do you notice how Ronan acts extremely childish for a 70-year-old?
Suzanne, what did you said? Why did you left now? You said something and then you left. What's wrong?
Who left?
Suzanne did. You may have been talking to a family member. I don't know.
Okay.
But Goran, do you notice how childish that? I think Ronan. You know how they say, "I'm going through my second childhood," you know, and that he never left his first. I don't even think he had a childhood, but
no, I don't care what you're saying, Ray. I care. I would like to make my own opinion, and I like Ronan. You know, I like him.
You
I
do?
Like.
What's there to like?
He's very. Hey, listen, he's very smart.
Okay, name one or two things that you like about Ronan, please.
Okay. I like the sound of his voice. It's a good voice, and I like his knowledge and smartness in argumentation. So there you have it.
Do you like his stupidity and his bullying?
Let me find this out myself.
Okay.
Okay, talk to him then. Talk to him. Ask him a question.
Yeah. Mike out.
Ronan and I are studying at the moment Saudi Arabia. That's it. Yes, and we are going to keep studying. Thank you, guys. So, at one point, I'm going to screen share again. I'm sorry, Ray, it's probably boring to you, but it's not boring to us.
Okay, well, that's cool. So I thought we were on the topic of everybody getting along. Are we going back to Saudi Arabia now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
But we are going to make after a while again a pause, and then we can keep debating about other stuff. But okay. Let's continue first with Saudi Arabia, which is really interesting. So I'm going to screen share. You know, I'm on the Wikipedia site of Saudi Arabia. We read the introduction, we read the etymology, we read a little bit of the history. We are still in the histories. You know, it was about what civilizations came after another in this region of the world. You know, as I've said, you know, the region of Saudi Arabia, which is now called Saudi Arabia. So is
it called Arabia or Arabia?
Arabia, sorry.
Oh, okay, just checking.
It's called Arabia.
Arabia. Oh.
So Yes,
Do they smoke like hash there? They smoke hash like there, right?
Ray, answer.
I
Ray.
didn't hear.
You smoke
I,
They
hashish.
smoke hash there.
turn her volume up. I can't even.
Ray, I turned her. Oh shit! It
No,
went back.
listen, Yesenia has an angelic voice. Yesenia, listen, please.
Hey, I just
Can you,
turned. All right, try it now, Yesenia.
yeah,
Can you
Yesenia,
hear me
can
better?
you talk very near the, because you have a wonderful
Yeah,
angelic
I'm on my
voice, you need to
phone.
talk. Oh, you have, oh, yeah, but to talk in front of the mic.
Oh, I am. I am.
That's
Yes,
better.
now it's perfect. Perfect.
I turned her volume all the way up, also.
Awesome. All right. Well, they smoke hash there, right?
Oh, nice. Oh,
No, answer her. Are you smoking or not?
am I smoking?
No. In Saudi Arabia, they smoke hash there, right?
Ah,
What I
I
know,
think they smoke goats' balls. I don't know. No.
no, what I know. Listen, what I know, I don't know about Saudi Arabia, but I know that Afghanistan they are producing mountains of opium, which is heroin. I saw films. It's really unbelievable. They have kind of like little mountains, and it's all
Well,
opium.
wait, we're
And
talking about hashish. Ronan talks about the opium. He's into that shit. I'm into the talking about the hashish.
well, you don't have to forget that cannabis needs lots of water. It needs good, I think Saudi Arabia is too hot for this, to tell you the truth. But maybe there are some places
Used
where it's,
used to get some red leb a long time ago. It's some pretty good stuff. That blonde leb never really did much. It's okay to lace it in a J, give a little flavor. That's about it.
Yeah, you remember that song? We've been smoking Lebanon.
Yeah.
where do you have heard this from, Yesenia? That in Saudi Arabia or was this kind of like a question, or do you heard anything that they have good hash?
Yeah, I just heard that they smoked hash there. Um, yeah, I wasn't really sure. I just
What do you
heard.
think of hashish? Is this okay or is this wrong?
Yesnia's voice is so sweet, isn't it?
Mhm.
Thank you.
It really is, man.
It is. I'm not kidding you.
But you don't
Ronan,
have to forget she's 29.
Ronan's is not really sweet to me. I know Goran likes the sound of Ronan's voice. It kind of makes me squeak a little bit, squeal. I'm kind of like, you know.
Yeah, 29. I could remember. I never forget. That's one of my favorite ages that I ever was. And
Yes, but she sounds like 16.
no, she's just a young
No.
woman. No, she's cool, man.
Yeah, I mean, she does sound. Listen to her voice, man. It's so pure and
I
and
know. I know. It really blows me away, man. I bet she's a pretty good woman, you know. Sure, she
let me
has shown that to us so far, for sure.
let me put it this way. And I normally I shouldn't do this in one way, but would you like to listen to Yesnia's voice 24 hours a day or Kiwi Lass?
Right, I know, yeah. Or Ronan's, you know.
Oh, right.
You are really mean. You are really mean. This is not all right. You know what? When I
I know
first
you
heard,
could listen to Yesnia's voice 24 hours a day. It's so soothing, man. You know what I mean?
It really is. But Ronan's is not. I mean,
No, shit, no.
but listen. When
Nightmare.
this is really true. I'm sorry, Kiwi, but when I first heard you, I really thought I didn't know. Are you a male or a female? I wasn't sure. I'm sorry.
Who, Kiwi Lass? We're
Yes,
still wondering, too.
yes.
yeah,
Yeah, some say it's Uncle May. I don't know.
Right. I just found it strange. Uncle May is actually here in real life down in YouTube chat earlier. So it would have been interesting to get Uncle May. Where was he? I saw him typing. Yeah, there he is. He was in YouTube chat. Uncle May was.
Yeah. I wonder if it was Uncle May.
That's a good question. I don't know.
Yeah. How many? Let's see. No, go ahead, Goran. I get Goran. Your name is so close to Ronan to me. It's like, you know, Goran.
Well, you know, I'm really happy that that you have this issue, and Buddy can pronounce it very good. But most people, you know, say it like Quran, and I hate this.
Can I add Uncle?
Yes.
Uncle May. I hadn't talked to him in a long time. Yeah, get on.
Yeah. Hey, Suzanne, what's up?
Is that the real Uncle May, Suzanne?
Yes, it's the real Uncle May.
And
get his ass out of here.
Yeah.
Uncle May Goran is in New Zealand.
He talks funny too. Yeah. He drives on the wrong side of the road and stuff. One of those guys.
Yeah, he's in the same place as Kiwi.
Yes, I know.
I've never seen them both on the panel at the same time.
Oh, I'm hoping she will come on soon.
You got to prove it once and for all.
We'll be on the same time as Uncle's on.
Man, that would be a trip, and get Packy on here. He'll flip out. Well, fucking Packy flip out.
Yeah, because Packy keeps calling her Uncle May, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Why can't I far out add him? That's stupid. He's on my chat list. I should be able to add him.
See? Well, maybe he's logged in now as Kiwi.
No, he's logged in as Uncle May.
Oh.
If that's the real Uncle May.
Right. I checked. It's got a couple. Well, I don't know. If you click on somebody and they got 0 subs or 1 sub, it's kind of a red flag that they're not really anybody.
Uncle May. I know I messaged him. It is the real Uncle May. Uncle May used to be in my chat group with Maria. He's in Maria's chat group with.
Right.
I used to be in Maria's chat group.
I haven't seen the guy in ages.
Yeah, he was on the other streams too.
Yeah, he quit coming here because people picked on him, I think.
Nah, he got in a big blow up with I can't remember the subject if it was what it was, but anyway, yeah.
Oh, here he is.
How old is
another
he?
person? Another person that's missing is the Future Boy. Whatever happened to Future?
I don't
Also
know.
unknown to me.
He was funny because he drank so much one time on the panel and he passed out in his chair. It was nice to see him up there the rest of the night. He was there, passed out in his chair.
Right.
Yeah, I've added him, guys. I finally found him.
All right.
I just had to refresh and he was there.
Oh no, here comes the biggest pedophile fruitcake we got.
Here we go. God damn.
Richard is also here, I think. Richard is also here, I think. I think he's also in the Hangouts, yes.
That's King Richard Goran.
King Richard,
yes,
hello.
I'm here. Thank you. Hello, everyone.
Welcome.
How are we today?
Welcome, King Richard.
Well, thank you.
Ronan's the only one not talking, Richard. See if you can hit him in the head with a hammer.
Yeah, he's playing the game, no talking right now. He'll be okay later.
Not going to talk to the world until the world conforms to Ronan's specifications.
Yep.
Oh, we might not be hearing from Ronan for quite some time.
Hope not.
I think Ron would like to stay on topic, which is Saudi Arabia. I think he would like to debate stuff instead of doing.
Wants to come to America and blow it up.
Let's say it like this: he would like to debate a topic instead of like he's saying gossiping.
Oh, okay, Mike out.
Full of shit. Mike out here too.
So what were you talking about Saudi Arabia, Goran?
Yes. We would like to learn about Saudi Arabia in general. We would like to learn about the history, about what they are doing, in behind, who they are supporting, what is their political view, what is the religion in the land, everything that is connected to Saudi Arabia. Anything, any information we would like to know. If you have something to add, if you know something about Saudi Arabia, please tell us. Please tell us. I would like really to learn.
All right,
Well,
Rich.
I like to say something about that whole area. And there used to be a comment that you can't eat oil or something of that nature. And the premise of that little comment was that when the oil runs out, they're not going to be able to feed themselves. And the one thing that's really changed over the last couple of decades is what's called vertical farming. And vertical farming is done best in places like Saudi Arabia. It's energy. It's farming in big greenhouses. Basically, it uses very little water. It's between 5 and 100 times more efficient than regular farming. It turns brown water to clean water and produces energy. So the one thing I'd say about those areas is that their need to feed themselves based on oil is not true anymore. That used to be true. It's not true now. So, their dependence on oil is very, very high now. But you see places like Dubai that understand if they turn it into a tourist area with malls, that they lose some of their dependence on oil. You'll start to see, them doing farming and vertical farms where they're not reliant on oil to buy food. And you'll see over time, especially as we go to clean energy and we don't need oil so much, that they're, take a look at that picture. Farms in Saudi Arabia. Go back to that picture, okay? Now, when you see that, what you see is that huge land farming, right? Look at all that. You need tractors. You need to just go miles and miles and miles to farm all that shit. Where in vertical farming, you have a big, tall building, and all of that shit right there can be farmed 10 times as quickly, and you don't need to bring it to the customer. The vertical farm at the bottom is a grocery store. So that's the beauty of vertical farming, is that you bring the food to the city and you take up virtually no land at all. So there's not trucking, there's not tractors, there's none of this kind of stuff that we're all in the world used to using. So that's kind of the point I'd make about that whole area, is as the economy changes and we get away from oil, they're not going to collapse. They're not going to dry up and blow away. They're going to find other ways to feed their economy, to feed their people, to sustain their economy. And, I think that all will end up being just fine for them, but they have to, if they wait too long, look at that weight. Look at that fucking tractor in that picture. That fucking thing is running 12 hours a day up and down those roads, burning up gasoline. Is so tremendously inefficient compared to vertical farming. People just don't get it. And they say one of the reasons we haven't implemented vertical farming on a huge scale is it would put so many people out of work. The tractor company, the waitress at the coffee shop that's feeding the truckers going back and forth, the truckers, the handlers of the food that fill the Mack trucks and all this kind of stuff. But the point, there's 2 points, and that is that we have figured out technologically, how to feed almost 100 times more people that are on the planet now, with much less cost, much more efficient, which I'm getting off Saudi Arabia really, but it's really important. If you're in an area like Saudi Arabia, or you're in one of these desert countries where you have to irrigate things, you have to use this really inefficient type of farming, Doesn't matter much now when you have the oil and the energy to do it. But in the future, you know, those people's oil and energy is going to have to come likely from somewhere else. You know, solar, wind, whatever. But you know, the oil will run out, and I'll give it 1,000 years. But whatever it is, they need to get on the stick before it's too late to figure out how they're going to do other things besides just pump oil.
Richard, but don't you think that this is also a lot of water what you need for this kind of farming in
That's
the middle of
exactly
a
right.
desert?
That's another problem in the world is we're kind of at peak water. You know, we're concerned that we may not have enough water without having perhaps to go to the extent of desalinizing seawater and things of that nature. Vertical farming uses, you know, almost no water at all compared to regular farming. You can take dirty brown water and turn it clean with a vertical farm, where with regular irrigation farming, you're taking good water and you're putting pesticides and herbicides and poison in the water. If you've ever seen some of the river runoffs from either golf courses or farms, you see in the river that's really nasty, you know, like from a plane. When you fly over it in a plane, you see this really nasty, discolored water that you wouldn't even want to swim in. You sure as fuck wouldn't want to drink it, you know. But as you look at all those pictures of that huge mass of land that we're using to farm, not only are all those things someday going to be turned into big buildings and cities, but now we have some really, really beautiful land that we could start using for people to live on if they wanted to farm a few things of their own to eat. You know what I mean? So we could free up a lot of really beautiful land while using less energy, less work, more efficiency. Once we start implementing this vertical type farming on a much wider scale, you know, even in the future, those areas you're looking at, those what I call wide area land farming, they'll have vertical farms on them. So what used to be 1,000-acre farm will turn into one building on that 1,000 acres, and then they'll shuffle the potatoes around, you know, to the local communities. But it's such a waste. I mean, when I look at those pictures, they look beautiful. I'm from areas that they have just miles and miles of corn and broccoli and shit like that, and it's pretty cool looking. But it's so wasteful. It's just ridiculous. The water, like you said, the amount of water that's poisoned and wasted, the amount of energy to farm it, to transport it, to fucking box it up, and all this kind of shit is kind of ridiculous when you can have, you know, you can design a vertical farm in the city to the specifications of what's needed. You know, you can kind of, with, you know, these learning computers, they can figure out how many potatoes per year does the city need? Are they going to buy? And you can start to grow them. You know, you can tailor the farms in the city to the exact amount of food that those people are going to consume. There's some 50% of the food that's farmed goes bad before it even gets to market. It rots on the ground before it gets transported, before it gets sent anywhere. You know, another huge percentage of the food rots at the grocery store because they buy too much. You know, we can solve those problems by tailoring the farm in the area to the amount that those people actually need. Which, once again, sorry, doesn't have anything to do with Saudi Arabia, but their prince, you know, his famous rich prince, is really credited with being a very, very hard-working guy. He really works hard on his businesses. He really cares about people in general, mostly Saudi Arabian people, I would imagine. But he is a very smart, hard-working, and naturally super wealthy guy. And, you know, I kind of wonder how, I think things would change to the better if he became the king of Saudi Arabia. I think the kings they have now are, I don't think they give a shit too much about anything but being kings. You know, they're not really all that much for the people. They're just kind of, we got oil, you know, you know, they just don't really seem all that engaged in the world. You know what I mean? When's the last time you heard the king of Saudi Arabia, you know, concerned about starvation in Africa or North Korea or any issue at all that had, you know, that didn't have to do with Saudi Arabia? And I think the prince, if he became the king, he would probably start using his influence to talk about other things besides just Saudi Arabia and terrorism.
Yeah, let's hear what Roden has to say about it.
Maybe Ronan's off away somewhere. I don't know. But I will say it's interesting. I've never quite figured out the exact connection between why so many of the 9/11 terrorists were from Saudi Arabia. You know, what's the middle link to that, or what's the outside and the bottom links? You know, it's awfully coincidental, and it could be that, you know, the government has nothing to do with it. It's just that the people recruiting them happen to be in Saudi Arabia. But I've never really heard a good explanation as to why they all came from Saudi Arabia that didn't involve, you know, unsubstantiated conspiracies, basically.
Richard Garnash. No, I had agreed completely with what you explained before that, vertical farming and all. Yes. But to your current question, basically, oil was discovered in Saudi Arabia. Well, before that, the Wahhabi had influence in Saudi Arabia. It's Wahhabi. Okay, they're basically Sunni. Yes. Okay, and in April 3rd, 1938, oil was discovered in Saudi Arabia. The mistake that exploratory teams made was they drilled near a holy site, which is
Ray. Can you stop being an asshole for once in your life, please?
And well, there's Mecca, the principal site in Medina, which is south west of Mecca. Yes, and they drilled.
Yes.
The holy site.
Yes.
And that's what basically started the jihad against
yes,
Europe and the West. So the USS Cole, the First Trade Center bombing, and then 9/11 are directly associated to the Wahhabi, which are in power in Saudi Arabia. So it's a grudge thing for millennia. That's where you get, you know, 15 of the 19 terrorists were from Saudi Arabia.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Point. Yes. My
God. Right. I think Packy explained the Wahhabi. The Wahhabi are the ones that believe Islam should take over the world and the infidels should be taxed. Right. That's kind of what Wahhabi means, right?
Well, yeah. No.
Yes. Well, that's their philosophy, I guess.
Well, it actually it's the.
Can I just add something? Can I just add something? Just this, Ray. Ray. If you want to impress girls, this way is the wrong way. Thank you.
Yes.
If you want to claim how respectful and wonderful you are compared to the other chatters, this isn't the way to do it, Ray.
Richard Garnash, basically, Wahhabism is in reference to followers of Muhammad bin Abdel Wahhab, who was the innovator. Innovator that came around 250 years ago when it was known as Saudi Arabia. So, in short, it invented a new creed and called it Islam. He called his followers Muslims, and everybody other than them not Muslims. So, like I said, basically it was
like I said,
it was influence that is the genesis of what transpired. Well, up to the date 9/11. Yes, Mike out.
Okay.
Yes.
I have a question to Ray. Ray, what informations do you have on Saudi Arabia? Thank you.
Yeah, I would like to hear
Well,
this.
well, yeah, yes.
That's all. That's all.
Mike out.
Okay, that's really interesting. We found out. Yes.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, yes.
Mm-hmm. Look, you made Yesenia leaving the group. This is what I'm saying to you. If you want to impress a girl, you have to do it in a different way. Yesenia left now.
Well, well, yes.
What the fuck?
John Carter hasn't been coming back for a while, ever since this dust stuff with him.
No one's added
him. Show up again?
No one has added him.
Oh.
I don't think he's allowed to come. I don't think he's allowed. I don't think he's invited back. I don't know.
But I saw him kind of like 45 minutes, or let's say 1.5 hours ago in the text chat. I saw him.
He was in the text chat. He was in the text chat, but he's not actually added in the room.
Maybe Denise is sleeping.
Yeah, I don't think Denise minds that he comes in, maybe, but I don't think so. I just want to hear I want to hear his side of this whole dust up story. That's all. I've heard everybody else's side, but I haven't heard his.
Well, he had the opportunity
what topic,
to
Richard, King Richard, can you tell me what topic do you mean exactly?
Oh, no, I don't really want to. I see some comment.
I understand.
He made some really nasty comment, according to other people, about coming on a baby or something. But,
yes.
What I point out, Ray, the fact that somebody wouldn't want to explain something to you doesn't surprise me at all. So suggesting
he was explaining to the panel.
He had the opportunity to explain it to me, but he didn't. I don't see why anybody would explain anything to you. You're an asshole. But
he had the opportunity to explain to the panel.
He would likely talk to me. I don't care if he didn't talk to other people. I care that he explained it to me.
What's up, Uncle May? Long time no talk to, man.
Yeah, man.
Oh my God.
Richard, I think we shouldn't talk this in public.
Well, let Richard go do his lady boys. Uncle May.
Talk about it in public, so why the heck stop now? Just talk about it.
It's illegal to talk about this as long as you
really, you can't stop people from talking about whatever subject they want, really.
But you can't tell names without having
free speech.
Suzanne, this is this is self-explained. Suzanne,
Suzanne.
Free speech.
Yep,
Uncle May, long time no hear.
Yeah, very long time.
People been making accusations. Well, you know, Packy.
Suzanne, we
I
need
know
to chat
Packy
in the
very
private.
well.
Yeah, no, Packy's just been running with a big. There's a woman that comes on here, her avatar says Kiwi, and she's in New Zealand too. And Packy keeps calling her Uncle May.
Oh, that sounds like Packy.
Yeah, exactly.
He must be working late nights in a security gig.
That's right, exactly.
We're working his late nights at the shopping mall.
Yes, yep. But yeah, he's a trip, man. But so where are we at? Okay, go ahead with the John thing or whatever.
No,
Oh,
no,
I
no,
don't
no.
care. I was just mentioning it in passing. I don't want to discuss it for an hour.
Yes, yes. We don't discuss this in the open. I would like to add
Yes,
something.
we do discuss this. in the
Yes,
open,
Suzanne
actually.
does not agree,
Hey,
and all the women
look,
don't.
other people, look, listen to me, Goran. You wasn't here,
Yes.
Goran. Look, you don't come
No,
in here.
neither
and
was
tell us
Richard.
we can.
Richard doesn't know nothing.
At least don't say names.
Richard,
I don't know why you
did
say
anybody
that,
else-
Lauren. It's public information. People could go back and listen to it on
No,
the,
you
on the
can't.
chat.
The chat's deleted, you dumb fucker. There is no
Okay.
chat to go back to, you stupid
Listen,
shit.
guys, I once heard this, him saying something strange, so it's not brand new to me. What I'm just saying.
Well, that's what I'm saying too, Gordon. I think 99%
Shut up,
of
man.
what
Put
he
a
says,
sock in it. Let Goran speak.
99% of what he says is strange. I
Fuck,
agree.
your voice just never fucking stops.
99%.
The thing is, Goran, if people wish to talk about it, they can talk about it because we've already talked about it. So you can't stop us from talking about whatever we want to talk about. And if we wish
Okay.
to talk about this
You are-
subject, we can talk about it.
I agree
What's
with
the
you.
subject
You know what
today?
we can do? You know what we can do? Listen, excuse me, uncle. Excuse me, please. You know what we can do? We can, for example, just an example, we end this stream and we all stay in the panel and we talk in private. This way we can do.
Oh,
Fuck
you
that
need to
shit. I ain't
talk about
talking
it
in
out in
private.
the YouTube. Then is that what you're saying?
I'm
You
saying
just want to
Don't
talk
worry
in
about
private.
it, Goran. Just let people
Yeah,
talk
man.
about what they want to talk about.
but don't say
You just want to pull your
positive
panties
feedback.
down in private, Goran.
It's illegal.
What is the subject, or what's the taboo? What do
Why,
you?
why don't you bring one up for us? We don't really have one.
Right now, there's just a heated debate, Uncle May. But hey,
Yeah, I'm wanting to get involved in that one.
it's about free speech. Free speech, I think.
Yes, yes, free speech. Yes, yes. Let's change the topic, please.
Oh, that's right. Because last I know, you were talking Saudi Arabia. Now, in Saudi Arabia, it's completely illegal to stand up against the monarch. So you can't voice any political differences from the monarchy or the royal family of Saudi Arabia, which I'm assuming is part of freedom of speech as well, right? Also in Saudi Arabia, like Ivanka.
Yes, Uncle, please keep talking. This is super interesting. Please tell us everything you know about Saudi Arabia, please.
Fuck
Okay,
Saudi
I'm
Arabia. Who
assuming that
gives
King
a
Salman
shit?
is still the king, right?
Who gives a
Okay, if
fuck?
that's the case, in 2011, okay. Well, little backstory here. Women are kind of secondary. They don't really have that many rights in Saudi Arabia. So there's an unofficial rule that keeps them from driving. It's not an official ban, but they do everything to prevent women from obtaining a correct license to drive a vehicle. In 2011. King Abdullah, I think, is Solomon. Solomon, I don't know. I can't remember. I get the names confused. He's promised that women's rights to stand to vote in future local elections may join the advisory council as full members. I was wondering if that actually happened. But hold on. Just recently, Ivanka had praised completely for how women's rights are so spectacular in Saudi Arabia after his donation of like $100 million. Yeah. Anyway, I had to let that one out.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And then I think I did hear King Richard ask about the 9/11 and how they're from Saudi Arabia. The problem with that statement is
bullshit.
The problem with that is they have you have the Sunnis and the Shiaris or whatever the hell they're called and everybody else out there. Now keep in mind it's a monarchy there. So even those dudes, battle it out for politician rights. So, these kings are always duking all the Islams too, because they want a piece of Mr. King Tut himself as well. So it's kind of an amazing place, really, if you think about it. King bullshit. Anybody else need to add to that Saudi Arabia knowledge?
No offense, but I didn't hear any knowledge. I heard a bunch of questions. Someone didn't really know the name of the king.
So does anybody else want to cover the Saudi Arabian topic? Ronan? Goran?
Well, the name is extremely long. You would impress me if you could hurry up and Google it there, King Richard.
Guys, I'm listening to you, but I'm busy with stuff. Don't worry, I'm busy and I'm listening.
I don't need to Google it. I can freely admit I don't know.
Hey, who's the Donnie Barnes? I was going to take him out of the Hangouts. Anybody know, I guess?
The Donnie Barnes is a new added guy. He was up here in the panel earlier, Ray.
Okay.
Lives in Maryland and was up here talking about.
And he's a Trump supporter.
Oh, okay. I was just curious.
I think he was added by
Goran.
Oh, one of
He's a
Goran's
Christian.
buddies?
He's a Christian.
Yeah, he drinks a lot of alcohol. You said he was drunk.
Oh, he probably fit right in. Does he hate Ronan or? Or he will.
Yeah, we got to get some more Ronan haters.
He doesn't know anyone yet.
Oh, okay.
Damn it. Well, that's all right. We'll fill in the blanks. Don't worry. We'll take care.
Yeah.
You'll make it. Put it this way: you'll make him hate him.
Well, Ronan will make him hate him. Yeah.
Just say he doesn't like Trump, and that will make him hate him anyway.
Anyone that likes certain people here, Ronan will hate them automatically.
Is that true, Ronan? Have you changed in time?
Oh my God, no! He's got.
I don't think he'll talk to you, Uncle Man.
And please don't forget, I'm not available at the moment. I'm listening. Thank you.
Uncle May.
Yeah.
I haven't changed.
Excuse me, just I'm not trying to interrupt, but I am going to be temporarily out of service also with a mic out.
Well, as you've noticed, obviously it's the same petty, condescending. Now I just call them bullies. And I've decided recently I'm not going to speak to them if they're going to be like unreasonable. If you want to talk about an idea, topic, yeah, I'll chat with you. But if you decide to be just as petty as they are, I'll just stop talking to you too. So that's basically my recent adjustment here. It's the same old story.
Oh boy!
You know, look, they're
guy's a fucking fruit
proving my point again. So I think you get the gist of it. Mike out.
Is that like a temporary ban or is that a permanent ban, Ronan?
Oh no! If they were to start like talking in reasonable terms on a topic, and I joined with a comment or a question, and they continued to be courteous, polite, focused on the topic, I have no issue. But when they start going petty, little high school stuck up gossip, I gave that up, man. They're pretty petty and really a waste of my time. And other people called them out. This is brilliant. Why are you being such an ass? Quote, I'm quoting somebody. And I'm not the one that said it, right? And they continue just like now, proving my point. This is fun either way.
Yeah.
Good to see you, Uncle May.
Yeah,
I love it.
I had to dust off the mic. It's been pretty dusty.
Yeah. On the other side of those tracks, I'll say that earlier when Goran and I were speaking up here, Ronan started out his platform as insulting and wondering why the bullies are, when he was the one insulting and everything, laying a negative platform for any topic to move forward without insults and bullying. Mike out.
Yep. Can't teach an old dog new tricks.
I might have to be a referee.
Yeah. That Ronan's see what Ronan's basically telling you in a nutshell is he's already just sitting up there.
A nutshell.
He's already sitting up here by himself. I think there's only one or two people on the panel that he's decided he's going to talk to. And if you now you realize you're walking on eggshells, Uncle. If you make one mistake, you're going to be included in that list.
Yep. You probably already are. You probably already are included.
Which is going to leave Ronan sitting on the panel watching Trump interviews and press conferences while he's sitting up here because there's not going to be anybody to talk to.
Just Richard and Ronan. That's it.
Richard and Ronan agreeing? Do they get along well, Richard and Ronan? Richard?
No, I don't think so.
The king gets along well with all faggots and people like Ronan.
Yeah. All right. So, all right, I'm going to mic out and give Ronan the bully a platform to start off on without any insults to continue on to a new topic. Mic out.
And the mic is open for Ronan.
Yes, thank you. Yes.
So someone brought up the prince as well.
Okay, Uncle May, this is another ploy that I have going on. I won't speak until someone else speaks. If the two bullies, for example, the two in here, right? If they're talking and they like to give me permission to talk, I won't talk. So you say, "Hey, Ronan," and "Hey, Uncle May," and then I'll go on.
Setting up another negative platform as we speak to set another bad narrative for no open discussion on the panel.
Well, there's always new T-shirts need printing.
Well, see, you understand the ploy is working. Obviously, I know you're smart. You figured it out, and I know you're going to play along with it. You know what you're doing.
Well,
yeah, I got it. I got it. Well, should I say you got it? But let's just have fun from here.
Yes.
Yes, completely. Like hard-boiled
I
eggs.
just laugh. It's funny. It's just very, very funny, Uncle. I laugh my head off at it all.
Oh, Suzanne. Down under. Aussie oi oi oi.
You know me. I just laugh a lot at this stuff.
Yeah, right. Oh, you should wait till we all get cranking, then it's fun.
So, Ronan, you got any good weed, man? Oh, somebody. Oh, that's right. He set up a new platform. I'm not following Ronan's platform real well. I'm just getting used to it. Somebody else has to talk in order for him to answer my question.
We could ask a generic question that could be relatable to almost everything and see if we need to be corrected, such as, I hear everything is bigger in Texas. Is that true? Then we can assume that the bud over there, or hashish, or whatever you want to call it, would also be bigger in Texas. Would that be true?
That's an excellent subject. Ronan, go ahead, mic out. Someone else has to say a word before he'll respond. Mic out.
Hi, Ronan. How are you today?
Hello, Susanna. Telling I had my other mic. Mic out.
Okay, mic in. So, I don't have anything to say. It's been so long. I don't know, and I'm not up to speed on current affairs.
You're coming in the middle of a bunch of kind of tail end situations, and now that Gorin has reserved himself, the Saudi Arabia topic is no longer on the table, right, Gorin? I know you're busy, but are you there, Gorin?
Yes, I just took a shower. Sorry, I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Wow, a shower with the phone in Germany. They must have some high-tech, high-speed, waterproof phones.
No. This is my laptop. You know, this is my laptop. I'll be right back.
Cool. Well, I don't speak any Deutsch.
Ronan is anti-American and supports the wall and loves illegal.
Ronan's German. Ronan
All right.
Karji.
What's this, Uncle? What's this Avidazane? What's that mean? Avidazane.
Abidazane. You got me on that one.
Arwiedison.
Avidazane.
Avidazane is the way to say goodbye in the German language.
Yes, goodbye. It means goodbye in German.
It means goodbye. Auf Wiedersehen, or like.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Guten Tag is like good morning. Guten Abend is like good evening, something like that.
Oh, okay. I thought I heard something about weed.
Yeah, I do know a few words.
Just to correct you, you were absolutely right. But literally, it means Auf Wiedersehen. It means literally, we are going to see us again, like this. But of course, it means bye.
Yeah. Okay. More on the Saudi Arabia news. They helped fight terror with the Americans in Yemen. I don't know if a lot of people knew that. Now that we got that out of the way, let's go back to the fun conversations.
Okay, let's see. Hey, Richard, you there?
I'm here.
All right. So one thing I heard today was on your U6 number, where it analyzes both unemployment and wage reduction. I got up on that, and Trump's already dropped that an entire point, and that's like,
yep, that's exactly right. And it's different. It's such a big number that some people say, "Oh well, that's just 1%," but that's 1% of a huge fucking number. So you're right. That is a very important reduction. Absolutely.
Yeah, and the other thing is he's already literally put 187,000 back to work.
The thing I was actually talking to Ronan about this yesterday. One thing people are getting a little bit concerned about is that the numbers, the people that want to work number is getting pretty low. The U6 number are people who you kind of have to motivate somehow to even work, and people are getting concerned that there may not be enough workers for a huge resurgence in jobs. They're kind of saying, well, wait a minute, where are all these people going to come from? Now, we could use the 20 million undocumented workers, I suppose. We could find people to do it, but it's interesting that the analysts now are beginning to say, hey, wait a minute, we're about, and when I say about, I don't mean next week or anything, but over the course of a couple of years, if this trend continues, they're kind of forecasting that we're going to run up against a wall of not enough workers to fill all the new jobs that might come along.
That in my opinion, that's nothing but pure corruption right there.
Well, I know, but you can't be happy with the number, like the point number, and then say it's not true out of the other side of your mouth. You know what I mean? It's possible that, and the real problem, the way I see it, is that what's happened is there are so many shitty jobs that need to be filled that now if we bring back the good jobs, people are already working at the shitty jobs. So it could very well be people just quit the shitty jobs and go to the better jobs for sure. But it really is an interesting situation where we have all these really crappy jobs, but low unemployment. And what we need, what people are also talking about is that you can, if you bring back the money from overseas, if you have a lot of, billions or trillions of dollars for companies to invest, they're going to start investing in automation. So now we'll replace some of those shitty jobs with machines But those people to do the better jobs are going to need a little education. And they're starting to become a little bit afraid, not of a rich and poor gap, but of an educated and less educated gap. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, my outlook on that is we got 93 million, so we're in good shape.
Why do you think, sorry to interrupt, Richard, why do you think over here, well, I'm just speaking for Scotland, we've always taken education extremely seriously. I'm not saying America hasn't, but without an education, you've got no future workforce.
Right.
I mean,
exactly.
really basic. I mean, it's so basic.
That.
It's so fucking basic.
I know, but the thing is, it's not the government. You know, the government has provided us, you know, plenty of welding schools, Harvard and Yale and community colleges and all this kind of stuff. It's the people themselves that don't want to get educated. You can get a Pell Grant and pay for almost 1 of your 2 years of community college if you want. You can get, you know, low-cost loans. You can work your way through. You can join the military. There's a million ways to get your education. It falls on the people for not doing it, not the government. You know, it's not the government's
That's why I'm.
Yeah, but that's
Why I'm
already.
in favour of what we did. Sorry, buddy. I'll just say this one thing. That's why I'm in favour of what we did. Well, the Scottish government did. They passed the law to ban tuition fees, because that was something that was well, it was wrong for one thing, and it was also stopping a lot of college, we call them university students, from actually affording education. It was only going to the middle class or the upper class. So a lot of kids from from underprivileged backgrounds couldn't basically afford.
Well,
it's paid for by government grants now.
Okay, we're not even discussing that this whole agenda of his, and that's part of the thing that's being worked upon. Also, if you had listened to the election year and his campaign, while he's bringing back and meeting with all this stuff and bringing these jobs back and these businesses back, there's already bukus of people here that are skilled and can't find a job. On top of, he's also working on the educational programs here and all these student loans where everybody's in debt and they don't have a job to go to after they get out of college anyway because the economy's so bad. All those things have been part of his agenda, and he's working on all of those factors also. So education is a must. We all agree on that.
He got with Germany to try to learn how to implement more, you know, blue-collar-ish type education, and for his budget, he made a lot of cuts people didn't like. But the one thing he did that would make Democrats happy is he actually added to the Pell Grant, you know, student loan program. So you're absolutely right, buddy. He does, you know, think about and is concerned about making sure we have an educated workforce for the educated jobs that are going to come along.
Yeah.
What you were saying about blue collar education as well, Richard. See over here, and they might be the same in the US too. A lot of kids have got so young now that they're not willing to do apprenticeships. Because I had to do it. I had to do it at 17, so I could become a mechanic. But it's not just the mechanic; it could be any like so-called blue collar job. You need to start at the bottom. You can't just walk in and you're already earning fucking.
Well, you start at the bottom with a college education too. You don't start off.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just talking about your manual labour work. You know, you've got to start at the fucking bottom. But there's a lot of kids nowadays that have got so young, you know, that they're not willing to do that.
Well,
that's because they don't see a future in it. You know, why would you apprentice?
Probably.
Why would you apprentice to do like what Buddy did to fix machinery when all the machinery's going to China? It's like, what's the fucking point? I spent 5 years learning all this shit, and by the time I get my ability to have a job, all the fucking jobs are gone. But when all the jobs are coming back, and it looks like they're going to stay, then all of a sudden you find people who are willing to learn how to do those kind of things. You know,
yeah, so
you have to create a different playing field, and then people will want to play.
The end result is, Dave, they have, when you go to, talk to the admissions office here at the colleges, they are up on the latest stuff, and and they will give you statistics on the career after you get done. For example, those things have already been analyzed here. And once those companies and everything start coming back, you will see the technical community college around here start booming again with technical trade work.
Well, I hope it's the same over here, because I mean, I know my son's really into music and all that, but that's not really a career when you think about it.
No,
I mean, it's a really hard. As you well know yourself, buddy. I mean, it's not actually a career, is it? It's more of a passion. You know, you can't really. It can be a career, yeah, but I mean, it's for a real minority, you know.
I don't know
suppose
if
it
people
depends on
like
the instrument you're playing.
plumbers and electricians are really doing it because they're passionate about plumbing. I think they just want a job.
Yeah, but I'm on about my son in particular, because all he's really interested in right now. I know he's only a young kid, but all he's really interested in just now is music, right? And that's great. But I'm just wanting him to be interested in something else. And I know I've got plenty of time, and he's got plenty of time for that. But.
Well, he needs something to fall back on, Dave. He needs there's nothing wrong with having technical training for a career and doing music too.
Yeah, I know. It's just all he really seems to want to do just now.
Yeah, how old is he?
As I say, I mean, I know it's really young. I mean, he's only 6, so I mean, there's plenty of time.
Jeez, Dave, you're worried about his career at 6? Come on.
Yeah, I know, but this is what I think about. I've always been this way. I've always been this way, Richard.
Just when I was about to say Dave's not being crazy today, you start talking about what career your 6-year-old is supposed to have. Come on.
I know. Always worry about.
I think he'll I'll make this prediction, and you're in what part over there again, Dave?
Glasgow.
No, I'm saying you're.
The country, Scotland.
Yeah, you're in Scotland. Well, I better not make that prediction for there, but you'll probably see, if this continues, and I'm already seeing it, even though there's a lot of opposition now, you might just see things start to get a little bit better there too.
No, I'm hoping so. I mean, that as Richard was saying earlier, I mean, there's plenty of jobs, but they're not really great ones, you know.
Right, that's right. That's the problem here too. That look, man, they've stripped all of our countries. I tell people up here on this panel every time these subjects come up. Every time I talk to somebody, no matter what country they're in, their economy has suffered the same exact tactics. Now, what does that tell you? That tells you there's some larger agenda going on to strip. Why is this happening? You see, so we need to get our nations and countries back operating, and our elected officials operating for those countries. We didn't hire Trump here, for example, to run the fucking planet. We elected him to be president of the fucking United States. That's not supposed to be for a fucking global agenda, as everybody's tried to make it with all this fucking bullshit. You know, with all these TPP deals and all these global agenda deals that strips your country, and they run a false agenda to push it. You know, that it's supposed to be so good, but yet everybody loses their jobs, the wages the fiber of your country goes to shit, you know, and everything else. You know, people need to get their countries back. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, there's an election over here, and if the SNP win, I mean, you know the way it works over here. There's a UK election, but also because we've got a devolved parliament, we've also got a parliament up here, which means if the SNP win, then they have a mandate to go for another independence vote. And I think this time I would actually vote for independence.
And I'll say
because
this one more time.
I've seen the way it's run over the last few years. After the last one was voted no, so I think I would vote yes this time.
Yeah, and I'll say this one more time too. I think they have tried to, along with their global agendas, I think they've been pushing an entire narrative to condition societies. I'm not trying to get out there on the conspiracy theory shit, but I am telling you, I have witnessed the media, and the things that they push is to dumb the people down to just accept it. to just accept it. This is the way things are. Just accept it. I'm not accepting a motherfucking thing when you sell my country out.
Yeah,
See, they want us to be stupid. They want us to be stupid and just fucking go along with this dumb shit. But we're not going to do it here no more. I could have sent a 5-year-old kid to Washington, D.C. and made better trade. I can't find one good trade deal. And I've looked and I see them. And I go through those trade deals myself the best that I can without classified shit going on. And I'm going to tell you right now, I can't think of one fucking deal that's been made for this country that I couldn't send a 5-year-old kid up there to make a fucking better deal with another on a trade deal, for example. I'm telling you, Dave, we've been sold out.
Yeah, I believe you, man. I believe you.
We've
got idiots. We've got idiots for running our country as well on behalf of years.
Yeah, and I'll only say this once. I honestly believe that they want us to stay divisive with one another to keep our fucking minds off of what's really going on, because everybody's economies has suffered. And what does that tell you? There has to be someone stripping our sovereign nations away. It's as simple as that. And when you start to get your sovereign nation back and you get your companies back, people go back to work, the economy gets better. You see, they're the globalists are the losers, but your sovereign nations are the winners again. The people, the countries, and that's what the global agenda is against. That's all I want to say, man.
Right. I was only coming on for a few minutes because I've got stuff to do. So the rest of you have a good day, and I'll speak to you probably later on if there's another stream, okay?
All right, Dave.
Bye.
Hi, Dave.
But anyway, I don't want to get too far out there on that conspiracy. Yeah. But hey, man, I'm not going to deny what I see and what I've witnessed in my country. For example, I'm not going to. They have tried to PC correct us. They have tried to dumb us down. They have tried to get us to accept it. Never talking about fixing anything, only talking about the numbers on the platform that we have now, and printing up money to just sustain it. Why has my government for the last 3 to 4 decades, or I'll say this, the last 3-4 administrations, not talked about fixing a fucking thing? I never could figure that out. Why have they not fixed the bad trade deals that has stripped our economy? And I'll say the same things to the other countries. Why? We were all buying and selling and import and export with one another for 40 years after we came out of farming, and everybody was flourishing. The economies were better. The wages were up in all the countries. Why have they all been stripped? See, if you look at it at a larger scale, it's not just fucking America. Beck's country, Dave's country, everybody I talk to, I ask them certain questions, and they got the exact same story on the economy every fucking time. Companies have left, everybody's out of work, wages been driven down. So see, that tells me there's a lot larger fucking thing going on here, man. You know what I mean? Oh, that's my outlook on that.
I think you're right.
That's like that TPP thing. If you agree to it, you get 3 things you like and 97 other things that strip your fucking country raw. They love those global agenda deals where they put 100 things in there that you got to sign off on. Next thing you know, you're getting fucked from every angle. Take one fucking deal at a time. No global agenda bullshit. If you do that, your country will start to get straightened out and make fair fucking deals for both countries. But you can't put tariffs on one country to where if we try to sell shit to China, for example, they tax the fuck out of our products, and they're so high when they go on the market over there, nobody can buy the shit. Okay? But they bring their shit into America fucking tax-free, man, so they can sell it a lot cheaper, and they've just flooded our markets here. On the other side of the fence, they've been bringing shit through black ports, flooding the fucking market with their, illegal products coming into the country on top of that. And I actually haven't heard anybody talking about that. And I know that's a massive problem in 3 countries I've been in. Just the black ports where they're not even being, you know, brought in legally and, you know, accounted for. They flooded the black ports also. And so you see, you got a lot of shit going on here. So anyway, I just thought I'd throw that stuff out there. Mike out.
Thanks, buddy. I think you're right about a lot of stuff. I totally agree with you.
I just don't like to get so far out there that somebody thinks I'm a wacko. It's just all the things I've put together from all the countries.
Yeah.
And said, and just ask myself this, you know, if you go back to a smaller scale of what's going on, it helps you see what's going on a lot better. And every time I reduce this country down to just my city, why is these things happening in my city? And then I go, wow, it's happening in the whole country. It helps me understand, oh, there's outside sources working here selling us out.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
Well, Obama made it pretty clear what he wanted to do. He wanted to level the playing field, right? So, I mean, that's what he was doing.
Right.
He was making us a third world country. He was bringing us down. So a lot of his deals were, you know, real against punishing us for no reason.
Exactly. And I'm a firm believer also that they push agendas through the media to keep you distorted from the real truth of the matter of what's going on in the back channel of it all. You know what I'm saying? In other words, the real, like, we'll say it like this, the Rothschilds and all the filthy rich people or whoever's part of this global agenda, you know, it just seems like, anyway, I don't want to get too far out there with it, but that's the way I see everything, because on the economy side of everything, except for 1 or 2 that I can think of, they've all got the same story. Their economies have been stripped, everybody's out of work, and the wages have been driven down. It's the same story. So you see, there's a lot larger agenda going on here. And I think they push narratives through the media to keep us all divisive on different things and at each other. Like if I talk to D-Beck, for example, I mean, some of these people have been conditioned to fucking not like America. Okay. And maybe we've been conditioned here in America to despise Germany, Russia. I'm just saying, you know, I do know for a fact that the agenda against Russia has been pushed here since I've been growing up. Like the KGB, Russia's bad. Well, maybe they are bad, but we got a lot more civilized nations going on now. And I'm just saying, we don't have to let our guard down with any country. But anyway, I don't want to get too far in it, but there seems to be a lot larger agenda going on because it seems to be all the countries suffering the same economic hardships. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I believe that the media is pushing a lot of propaganda, and I think it's used to like really keep us dumbed down. Yeah, I don't think TV is really good for us.
Right, and part of that dumbing down. Exactly. And part of that dumbing down was the PC correct thing going on here. And Trump busted through that shit, see?
Yep.
And now people feel empowered again because they have somebody speaking the real way that they feel about what's going on in real life in America, see?
So
and he
said that everybody's country's going down, but there really has to be somebody who's a beneficiary. So if you kind of take what you said logically, you know, wouldn't it seem like China is sort of behind it somehow, because they're the country that is benefiting? You know what I mean? If you take what you said, it would seem like everybody's selling out to China. They have to be selling out to somebody, don't they?
Right, and to detail that just a little, on a recent event, I just studied up on the Paris Accord since yesterday. I understand it pretty fucking good now. I can tell you China is one of the countries, the only motherfuckers that's benefiting off that. I'll tell you what, Richard, get up on that. You would not.
I understand the whole deal. China and India both get all these exceptions to pollute, and America gets the ream job and can't pollute at all. Yeah, I get it.
They get the wealth out of it too. They get all the wealth, and they don't even have to comply for years and years from now.
Right. Oh, I know. The whole idea is, oh, America's been polluting for so long that we should stop, but everybody else is a new economy, so they can keep polluting while we don't, and then someday they'll stop. You know, yeah, it's a bunch of nonsense.
I'll tell you what. If we focus on China being the corporate here that we're speaking of, or one of the corporates, if you don't want to look at it as a global agenda, let's just say it is China for a minute. That is an interesting concept because in all facets, they have been the predator.
But they've been the winner. I'm just following the money. I'm not saying who's predator, who's doing what. I'm taking what you said, that people's sovereignty and their money and all that's being stripped, except for China. Their economy's been going up and up and up during this whole fucking time. So if people are selling out to something, that comes to my attention as being what's beneficial. And I'd point out that if you do sell out to China, it's kind of a place that people wouldn't expect. You know what I mean? It's like, what? You mean they're selling out to China and they plan on, moving their mansion to someplace in China? That doesn't make sense. You know, they wouldn't do that. Right?
For at least 2 decades now, I've been hearing that on the streets in the industries that I've worked in. Well, you better be watching out for China. I've been hearing that for 2 decades.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, I can run with that, and there's a lot of things that establishes that in all categories that would lead you to believe that could be a. But you say winner, I say predator.
Right.
Because
I tried to use the word beneficiary and not really say whether it's predatory or coincidental or anything else. But
that's a fair word, beneficiary of it all. But there's a level playing field between all the countries. In other words, an even platform that China has to play on in order to sell their products. Also, you would see the countries start to even out again. See.
Right, but we're being sold out to China. So let's just for a moment run with that. We're being sold out, and China's the beneficiary. So we'll just make this huge assumption that they really are selling out to China, so that China ends up being the world's most powerful country. Why do you suppose they're doing that?
That has been a question that I've asked myself, because this ain't the first time I considered China to be the corporate. I don't know, and I you know what, Rick? I'll leave it like this. They say people that are filthy rich. Let's take the Rothschilds. They don't have any want for money no more. That's a fact.
Right.
It's about control, power. Now, who are those entities that are operating off that? That's what I'm considering global agenda, or China, or however you want to label it. So
my quick answer to that would be, if you want to make some area the most powerful in the world, you would probably want to use the place that simply has the most people, because that can create the biggest army and the biggest defense for your new corporate, right? So my quick answer would be they chose China because it just has so many fucking people. That's all.
Well, I believe in what you said until you got off on the military thing, because that's not true when it comes to military to be the most. What word did you use? The most what?
Just powerful. the most people. They can manufacture. If they have more people, they can manufacture more bombs, more planes. They can have more people in their army and all that kind of thing. I'm not saying that the most people necessarily makes the best equipment. I'm just saying that if you want to sell everybody out